Good evening, everyone. How is it going today? And thank you so much, Jess, or should I say Addie, who is clearly taking control of Jess's keyboard right now. Thank you so much for hyping things up with those brilliant Addie emotes, and thank you for making them. Meow, welcome in. It's great to see you. Garth, PK, Sparse, Relevant, Speedy, it's great to see everyone as well. Hope everyone's having a brilliant day. And we're back again, once again, with some more Guild Wars 2 content. And oddly enough, the thing I am most excited for with this balance patch is actually the buffs to Power Revenant, because the big change that Revenant has, Roiling Mists, we now, on top of all the effects we used to get, will now convert a percentage of our outgoing critical strike damage into healing. So it's 2% of our, effectively all our damage, because we're always going to be critting, that's the point of the build, is now going to be healing. So every Power Revenant build, every Power Revenant build that takes this, just got a big old buff. And I think as well, actually, I know as much, there is some benefits as well over to Power Revenant. Let me just jump over to a Power Renegade build. That looks right. Dead Hallow, how's it going? Welcome in, great to see you. Okay, so let's take a look here. Let's drag a few windows around so I can see. Oh lord, that's a bright page. Okay, where are the Revenant changes? They got cold feet on all but one of the Ellie Hammer changes because power timbers. That is unfortunate, as in, was it going to get like massively buffed and then it didn't actually? And I know they basically reverted the change they were going to make for Spectral Grasp as well on Necro. So that's nice if you're a Necro enjoyer. Okay, here we go in Renegade. So Lasting Legacy. Let's find where that is. Lasting Legacy. So what does Power take? I feel like Power takes this one. Let me actually check. So if we go Snow Crows. Yep, nope, got to find the right spot. I just woke up, started your PC. Well, thank you for starting your day with us. Really appreciate that, mate. Hammer would have gotten power coefficient increased across many skills. Now it's just water 5 cooldown decreased by 5 seconds. Ouch. Power, Lack Renegade. They don't actually have the build up on here. It's under Legacy that's not actually maintained. I have to check on Snow Crows, actually. Did screw with Power Mech too much? Power Mech just got universally buffed across the board, so Power Mech actually goes pretty hard nowadays. So yeah, Lasting Legacy, that's been buffed to a 5% increase in damage. That's strike damage, so yeah, the Power Renegade's probably going to take that. Break Razor's Bastion. So that will increase base barrier. Razor Claw's Rage isn't particularly relevant. Well, it's got a power coefficient in quite a big one in PvP and Warfare as well. This is a nice one here. Dark Razor's Daring. That will provide stability to allies, which that is super nice, actually. Now, Power Renegade is actually going to have quite easy stability access. That's actually going to be really hype. And Soul Cleave Summit, we get increased healing. And Power Vindy also got some massive buffs as well. Let's check on all this. Yeah, but see what the burst damage is on this build. Okay, remove, respawn. Yeah, we want charge miss on this one. Okay, so I think the opener is going to be Ice Razor into Shackling and probably just pop orders from above. Let's just see what burst numbers we can get. Instantly just drain R. That should probably be Razor Claw there. I'll have to actually take a look at the log. Let's see. Let's go to the Snow Crows page. So it's a shame don't have Arc DPS. Is Arc DPS actually up at the moment? Does anyone know? Let's go to the pin. Log TBA. Lasting Legacy, Thief Relic, Hydromancy, Air setup, almost identical. Okay. in the meantime. We'll figure that out later. Let's get out of combat and see if we can start pulling on Power of Indy. Ah! Didn't want to do that. Power of Indy's back in that slot. I'm curious as well what happens when we actually turn on the moderately damaging AoE. Okay, just environment. So let's see what we can do with the moderately threatening. See what that lifesteal damage is kind of looking like. I mean, yeah, we're quite happily just dealing with the moderately damaging AoE. That's actually really, really good. And that's 48k opener burst there. Got to just dodge before our energy fills up. Oh, energy's filled up. Really not what we want. And it's a little bit scuffed. So about 37.6. The opener burst though was 45, so that's overall pretty good. And it's swapped when we really shouldn't have. A really weird rotation there. We'll see what happens when we just camp sword. But yeah, the amount of just sheer lifesteal in this is absolutely crazy. And they're sort of hovering around 37 there. See what we can end up at. But yeah, that's a moderately damaging AoE. That's a pure Berserker build. That's really, really nice. That lifesteal that we get from Roiling Mist now is really good. Honestly, it's going to make Power Herald kinda unkillable. That build's already insanely durable from the sheer amount of protection, uptime, and just passive healing that it can pump out whenever it does boons. Even on the power build, it does help its own survivability. Now that thing's going to be taking Roiling Mist as well. So that's actually going to be a pretty bonkers number right there. So yeah, rate that pretty well. And also you could, even open world build, you start throwing in some of the lifesteal traits here, then yeah, that is pretty bonkers. Relic of Zakros and you just will not die. Okay.
It's my turn.
Bad opener there, but it's fine. Should have swapped to Shiro far sooner. Oh, didn't mean to do that skill. But yeah, honestly, that's still like really good burst damage. That's comfortably hitting around 45, and that was broken. But not bad at all. Power Revenant is going to be eating very, very well. And I'm kind of curious to see as well what we can do in terms of an open world build, because yeah, the survivability on that is already just kind of baked in. And I think the main thing, particularly for Power Vindicator, is it's going to want a bit of extra quickness access, because we do have a bit of quickness access there on Scavenger Burst. That's not bad. Does mean we have to hit a target, but I think if we can throw on Reaver's Rage on there as well, with the Sigil of Celerity, then yeah, that's going to be very, very chill quickness uptime. Let's try that. So remove, and I'm just going to go spawn a golem. Let's go average, weak, spawn. That should have the same settings. Cool, it does. Ooh, let's actually remove. Clear golem settings. Just want to spawn one, just average, weak one spawn. And I want no boons on myself. I want to see what we can do. I'll keep the toggling damage, the pulsing damage on. Remove my boons. Cool. Share. Equipment. I will stay on sword just kind of for now. So if we put celerity on there. Vigor is going to be pretty nice. And here I might even take incense response. Okay.
It's my turn. Low on endurance.
Okay, so we actually lost a bit of... So we're not booning particularly hard here. Yeah, not having prot, that's really sort of hurting us. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to give ourselves access to a few more boons there. So we can get access to prot. If we start throwing on that, grant energy when used in combat. I feel like that's going to be good. And then right there.
It's my turn. Refreshing.
And there we go, 25 might.
There's one to remember me by. Right on target.
Definitely do want some more energy though.
Refreshing.
Yeah, not having that much vulnerability on that's also a bit of a problem. So probably getting rid of... Definitely want to add in some more vulnerability to actually really pull that together, which I feel like we can probably do that by swapping a few traits around. No siphon. Is there any more access to vulnerability? Although sword will just naturally do a fair amount of vulnerability. That and shackling wave. Great dude, what's up, mate? It's great to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, we'll see who wants to come along for raids this evening. Looks like it won't actually be that many. Mitra Shaker, welcome in. Great to see you. Thank you for the follow. The assassin. Nah, we need that extra crit. There we go. Honestly, the power build is going to be pretty bonkers. So now I'm going to change this back to air. Good. Okay. I will pop into the live game chat. Are you on NA right now? Yes, I am on NA. And why is Discord doing that? Fix that. Input device. Yeah, that's it. We want that to go under our HyperX. Beautiful. That's fixed. And Coward, welcome in, mate. Great to see you. We'll see who comes along tonight. We'll probably end up blasting through. We'll take a look at what is the Emboldened Wing this week. And hitting up Cool the Mist as well is always a good shout. Personally, I'm going to be blasting through on some Power Vindicator. So we know if Arc DPS is active at the moment. Okay, I think we'll start with a Wing 1 and 2. And then go from there. And Discipline, welcome in. Great to see you. And great doodad. You had a really rough morning. I'm sorry to hear that. You woke up with double leg cramp. Both legs were cramping from the knee down. Oh, I'm so sorry. Took 15 minutes to resolve and got back to sleep. Going to wake up again with another cramp. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, mate. If you're going for open world setup, why not go Zakharos instead of Thief? Yeah, honestly, I probably should do that. I think also one thing it kind of needs is more boons on itself. So that's probably the tricky part with Vindicator, I think. Because, like, if you're on a Celestial setup, you naturally get a whole bunch more boon duration on it. Whereas I'm kind of keen to see what changes we can make just the Berserker one. Oh, you're off today? Let's play. Nice. Well, we're going to be blasting out some raids at the moment. I think we'll do Wing 1 and 2. We'll go from there. Okay. So I'm going to go tag up now. So if peeps want to join up, you can join up on me here. I'll send Cowd an invite because you're online. Darth is here. And join up now. Join on 1.2063. I have not added you. Absolutely, you can join on my account name there. You see RuneScape just dropped survival game. I did not see that, but that's really cool to hear. Okay. And yeah, Cowd, let me know what you feel like playing as well. Can use Discord, but it's probably not strictly required for this. Okay. Let's go. Don't have you this list, so type your account name or join on me. There we go. That does sound very funny. I might take a look at that at some point. So always on the lookout for new games, just a question of whether or not we actually have the time to play it. Okay, that's /D, Darth and Cal, go any heal of your choosing. Let me know the boon, and I'll find a boon DPS to suit. Oh, thank you very much for that, Cowd. Yeah, I'm on NA at the moment. Cool, so they will go heal a lack. So I will need a Q DPS. And then Cow can just go whatever healer they want. So I just need, let's go raids. Wing 1 to 2. Full clear. Boon, DPS, DPS, state roll. Cool, there we go. I'm honestly just going to camp sword. It's easier. But right now we are on NA, so if you want to join for raids, we're going to do Wing 1 and 2. Come vibe out, it's going to be a good time. And you can chrono perfect, so really just whichever then.
We need your help. They took one of our squads captive and went into the woods.
Thank you, Tyrant Rocket Zakros. I wish this was lifesteal, not just healing, because then it could pair with the Relic of Atrocity. Running down to do strikes in a bit, potentially after raids, which will probably be in about 2 hours or so.
Ceasefire, ceasefire!
And yeah, no worries, Cal. Do what you need to do while we form up. Miniman's here. Welcome in. That's good. I'm going to make sure I add them. Cool. Add friend. There we go. Excellent. Cool. That's just kind of there. Let me know what role you want. Need boon, DPS, or DPS. Cool, yeah, and I'll just go DPS. Shame we can't actually see Arc DPS, but we will survive. As soon as it starts forming up, that'll be good. I can probably even technically just swap to Condi just for this little bit. We've got a Condi Ren chilling here. Charge, miss. Oh yeah, we've done some shenanigans with this one here. And there we go. That's all It's all back in business now. And geomancy, yep, that's fine, is what it is. Do need a legendary spear on this account. So just for this bit, we can actually do some damage to it. And we are in the LFG, and if anyone else wants to join, you can join up on me on my account name there. I'm not sure actually, Bruce, what's the best way to farm the baubles. See, I don't do a lot of Super Adventure Box myself. Awesome. Go QDPS. So you go QDPS, so you'll go with Darth. Then I just need a boon DPS. I could go Herald and then just search for DPS, but I kind of want to do Vindicator. I feel like you might get them only in Super Adventure Box stuff, but don't quote me on that.
That feels good. Eat my dust.
Warband in position. Blood Legion, see it done. Signal the Citadel.
Good old renegade stuff.
Fate, meet fist. Ordnance incoming.
Citadel Bombardment, you're just too good of a skill. One of the most satisfying skills in the game to land. Was it targeted on me, is it? Fair play.
The time is at hand for Blood Legion, see it done.
But yeah, Power Renegade is going to get just some awesome utility as well. Get out of combat. Power Ren. Or Power Vindicator.
It's my turn. Rise and serve.
Running out of endurance.
Right on target.
Armored up.
That's good as well. We do have Scavenger Burst as well to regen some more endurance. I may even end up just going QDPS. Yep, I might just do that. Doesn't really matter. Edit. I'm just going to go QDPS.
It's my turn.
Yeah, we'll see if we don't get completely bought by this. Oh, nice. Is Power on Time still viable? I believe it is, yeah. So I think it was Spear that got a few nerfs in terms of damage, but yeah, Power on Time should still be totally viable. I don't see why it wouldn't be. And Afari, what's up? Great to see you, as well as you, Sufferance. Hope you're having a great day.
Rise and serve.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit more mindful of our endurance. Check as well. I have a feeling that just Power Herald is going to be a better open world build than Power Vindicator, just from the sheer amount of boons it can provide.
I demand that.
I played Sable Knight last night. How did it go? Power Rev got above? It did, yes. This trait here, Roiling Miss, now heals you for 2% of your outgoing critical hit damage, which is pretty bonkers, actually. Yeah, Roiling Miss there. Cool. I will do Herald. And we'll set that. And if anyone at all on NA wants to join, no questions asked. Got our boons covered. We just need DPS for a quick win 1 and 2. So let's make it happen. It will probably take a little bit there. I have a bit of a guide to help you as well. That's good to hear. And also with the pathing packs as well, I imagine that makes it much easier nowadays. Ooh, can't do the Fractal Reliquary, unfortunately. Okay. Let's take a look as well and see what is sitting on the gem store. We have the Guild Wars Anniversary Sale. So a whole bunch of skins here. The Ritualist outfit, which honestly, that's a pretty cool outfit right there. Shame I can't actually mark people. I can sort of tell who's doing what, though, at a glance. The Royal Cape, that's a new one. It's not bad. Not a bad skin. Oh, Sun-Touched Scythe. I do like that one. That's a cool star skin. True Assassins, guys. That's a good, like, Guild Wars one. Don't see the LFG. That is weird, because I am right there on EU. Not EU, NA, so I'm going to advertise. There we go. We should be there. It is very much off-peak for NA now. But if not, you can always squad join on my account name. Yeah, that should be there. I guess I can actually check that as well by going on our other NA account. Just to see if that is showing up on the LFG. So yeah, that has been a bit, especially just for DPS. Alright. Let's just see whether this shows up. Yep, still wait on a few. Give that a minute. Okay. Raids. Cool, yep, it is there. Cool, we'll just leave that there. We'll pick up some stuff from the Wizard's Vault. Astral Wars, I think we've gotten, yeah, we've gotten all the money stuff there. So yeah, might just have to wait just a smidge. I'll get all the laurels in a hot minute. How much gold am I sitting on this account? Really not a lot. Yeah, damn, honestly, Ray's taken a bit. I don't need trading posts to see if there's anything in the bank, or where am I? I'm over this side. Wrong side. Don't think there's anything particularly worth liquidating this account. I Guild Wars 1 celebration stream, and that does sound fun. A few things here worth liquidating. Really? I mean, these I can sell. And then I'll just send the gold over when I eventually get around to it. A quick web stream, yeah. Okay. Yeah, unsure as to why it's taking so long. And here is is worth. That's worth selling. These I'll probs end up selling. Everyone else playing Guild Wars 1. It seems like it. I did see Ape Jungle streams like 200 people in Guild Wars 1, which is super cool. I need to actually check if I have Guild Wars 1 installed. I know I've got it in Steam. Oh, that's all good. No need to apologize whatsoever. So what am I doing? These should be listed. We got someone? Good. Okay, so what is actually going on in Guild Wars 1 at the moment? I haven't actually paid much attention to it. What's the TLDR? Have you finished PoE? I'm intending to go back to PoE at some point. Depends a bit if some of the performance issues get addressed. These are selling merchant. Because currently with it constantly maxing out our CPU, it's a really difficult one for me to stream. Oh, and Lara did a Return to Guild Wars 1 event. I did hear that she did a Return to Guild Wars 1 event, which is very cool. I'm not sure the details on it. Very cool. What are you doing, Addy? You want to get your teeth cleaned again? Grab all that. You know what? I actually can probably, while this fills, previously high prestige and rare skins add to various places. Okay, that's cool. We've got DPS coming in, plus some small changes. That is excellent. I'll actually check to see if I do have it. Let's go over to just chatting and we'll pull up Steam. In the meantime, honestly, I can probably even blast out a good chunk of a weekly. And Steam will probs open at some point. There it is. Okay, I don't think I have it through Steam. It must actually be within the Guild Wars 1 official launcher. Yeah, I don't have it installed. So we'll keep that in mind in the future. In the meantime, so I think I did, it's probably Alt 6's time for the weekly. That's right, a few more peeps in here, then that will start filling. Yeah, I think this account is fairly free. Let's go back to display. Thief, we got Rev. Also, some power Ren would be pretty sweet. Yes. This character's name is literally I Unlock Raptor. Yeah, and NA's been slow from last night. Definitely seems it, unfortunately. But that's okay. PP. How's this account going? You create a new account? Oh no, I've had this one for quite a while. What is a decent rev build? Power Ren, that sounds fun. Yes, okay. Oh, good. I've actually got Raptor on this account. Nice. You always want anniversary updates really stacked. Just check the wiki. Oh, very cool. Didn't work today. Definitely during a rating. That's all good. Okay, so here we need short bow and spear. Well, short bow's a nice one. I don't actually have weapon master training. Okay, so that is now going to be a sword. It's going to be sword, sword. Oh, actually, no. That actually works, because I can be renegade. That's fine. So we can get short bow. Yeah, we get Ren. Invocation. And then Retribution. And in PvP, we will get that. And I want a staff. And I might even just get a hammer, just in case I want to farm something in other areas. Go full berserker. Okay, cool, we're getting people. And we'll go on short bow. It's going to be purging and cleansing. Wow. And short bow on staff, it will be energy and cleansing. Cool, we've got that. For the relic, we want brawler. And for the runes, vamp. Cool, so we get some more vitality via those means. And also for the build template, I'll just copy that and paste here. Cool, so now we've got, just checking the bounce around between things here. So wave resolution, all damage dealt is increased. And then charge miss will be great. Rapid flow, good soup, good healing. Condi removal on legend swap. Evading attack gives us resolution and regen. Get prot and increase strike damage after we use a renegade skill. And we heal for a percentage of our outgoing damage. That's actually going to be really good. Cool, we are getting people in. Oh. Did just take us a little bit, but we got there. Okay, now that build is set up. Also, we'll check on the Wizard's Vault. We'll also change keybinds. Main keybinds. Overwrite. Cool, so now we can actually take targets. So 8. And I'm going to set these in their correct slots. Dark Razors always goes there. Ice Razor, yep, that's fine. So in terms of combos here, Ice Razor into Shortbow 4, 5, 3, swap to Shiro, Impossible Odds 2. Actually add a bit of sound to that. That should work. Nice, there we go. We've actually got sound. Oh, look at all that energy. Nice. Oh yeah, the knockdown, 2-second knockdown on Scorch Razor is really good. Even just throwing down a Dark Razors to help strip their stability is going to be a good time. Okay. Oh, Incineral Bombardment's probably not a very applicable skill. Unless I really want to... Put some stability down. Unless I really want to... cleave a downed corpse. Oh, I've got camera shake on. We can't have that. We're still on 8. Let's turn on disable camera shake, whatever that is. Where actually is it? It's under graphics options. Oh no, disable player camera shake. Must have been something else. Cool, we're on 9. Beautiful. Took us a bit, but we got there. Beautiful. While we actually just wait this fill, we're going to take a break and stretch our legs, and we'll be back in a moment, so sit tight. Quickness Deadeye is a build that is surprisingly easy to play, easily covers permanent quickness for your group. Secrets of the Obscure has been out for a week now, and it has never been a better time to be a Guild Wars 2 player. So today, we're going to chat about one of the biggest features they've released in this expansion, relics. Welcome back everyone. With the Secrets of the Obscure expansion release, runes have now been completely reworked. Now previously, runes would come in a set of 6, with the first 5 generally being basic stats, and the 6th bonus usually means something a bit more dramatic, and that would usually be the main reason you would actually take a relic. Whereas now, this 6th bonus has been removed from the rune and shifted over to a new relic slot instead. How you doing? You doing good? You're going to supervise. So previously with runes, one of the issues that you would have is you would want runes both for the stats they provided, but also the 6th bonus that they would give you as well. And sometimes you would run into the situation where the 6th bonus would require you to take stats that weren't particularly useful to your build. Whereas now, you no longer have to make that choice. You can take the runes that you want for whatever stats you prefer, and the relic for that Omega bonus that you used to get from your 6th slot on your rune. This has opened up a whole range of runes that you're able to choose now that you don't need the 6th bonus, given that's shifted over to a relic. Overall, this has increased the power level of basically all builds in the game. So when you log in for the expansion, you can expect a straight increase in power on your character. Just make sure you actually go through and equip a relic. It won't happen by default. A whole bunch of new relics have been released with this expansion, with a lot of them being available from this relic chest you'll get whenever you log into a level 80 character for the first time after you've bought the expansion, with some unique ones coming as part of this expansion. As is usually the case with equipment in Guild Wars 2, some of these are just straight up better than the others. So today, we're going to go through which of these relics you as a player actually need to care about obtaining, and the ones that are generally going to be the best in slot for you to play. We'll break these down for power, condition damage, and healing builds. We'll touch on some of them that are great in World vs. World, and we'll have some honorable mentions for some that I find particularly useful or just have fun playing with. First up, for our power damage relics. Generally, there isn't that much variety for power damage relics, with the 2 best ones being available outside of the expansion. First up, we have the Thief relic. And we are back. Welcome back. Okay, let's see who's joined us now. There we go. Beautiful. Now let's go in and we can start blasting. I'll pop some food down for everyone. Sous-vide steaks. I will do quickness. And we will now succeed. Get the ready check going. Shame no arc DPS, but we'll make it work. Oh, thank you very much, Fizzon. I really appreciate that. And yeah, I do try my best. Oh, thank you, Ocean, for the follow earlier. Randall, welcome in. Great to see you. Okay.
Hurts, doesn't it? Reap the whirlwind.
Glint heal. And dodge. I assume we have enough condies. I suppose you did enough here. Did you do it before the enrage? Yeah, honestly, just pull them all here. It's fine.
That feels good.
There's clearly someone doing enough condies here.
You'll be doing that one for days.
Yeah, honestly, I actually quite like this strategy. Just pull everything to the same spot. Wait for them to explode. There we go. But honestly, Power Herald is so insanely durable now. Thanks to the change to roiliness. It's actually crazy. It's already one of the most durable sort of boon builds out there.
Vigor. Recover.
Lose the cat. Breathe.
Yeah, honestly, let's just pull it all here.
I summon the power of the storm.
Our moment has finally come.
Yeah, this kind of works. I actually quite like this strategy. Yeah, Tubeson's not that crazy, to be fair. Yeah, it's not that, like, individually crazy, but on a build that's already as durable as it is, it's very noticeable. Like, yeah, in the Golem earlier, in the Golem room, just practicing DPS rotation, full Berserker's gear on Power Vindicator, and was easily out-healing the moderate damage AoE. Which, that's pretty decent. And that was just a full DPS build. It's not even taking some of the more survivability and lifesteal orientated traits as well. So it's really nice. Revenant builds are already very durable. That just kind of pushes them onto the next level. I'm going to glint heal that.
You'll melt away.
Nice.
The footprints head this way. We're on their trail. Release me.
Nice 2 spirit shards as well. Not bad. Just run straight on through.
You're confused. We did nothing to you.
I do multiple wings. Yeah, we're at least doing wings 1 and 2 with the time that we have, and we'll see how we go with more time. Usually we'll raid for about 2 hours or so. I suspect, based on how quickly we're clearing, like honestly, the composition tonight seems pretty solid, so I think we'll be able to honestly do a bit more. Sparrow, how's it going? Great to see you. Hope you're having a great day. I'm going to have to do this trick. There we go. Cool, we had a port there. Nice. It's good. We can also just keep pulsing so much quickness to people here. I love Power Herald and how simple it is to play, honestly. It's solid. Yeah, boon coverage is not a problem. only Wednesday. Has it been one of those weeks of borrowing? It is indeed only Wednesday. But the good news is, tomorrow is Thursday, then it's only one more day till Friday. I don't have any mobs to port to over this way. I can actually do a bit of super speed there. Just wait there. Go many boons. Friday's off most places, is it? Yeah, that's actually true, yeah. I completely forgot there's a public holiday this Friday. So it's basically Thursday, yes. It's one more day, then a lot of places I assume will have a 4-day weekend. And Australia has Anzac Day next Friday, which is a public holiday, so next week's a 3-day week. That's all good, Sparrow. I'm going very, very well, thanks for asking. It's a great day to be streaming some Guild Wars 2. Just had a big balance patch today. So my personal favourite builds, Power Revenant builds, got a big old buff, which I massively appreciate.
Allow me to act.
Power Renegade's been buffed. Power Vindicator's also buffed. It has a bunch of healing on crit just baked into the build for free, so it's actually insanely survivable. Same thing with Power Herald. Power Revenant builds are some of my favourite builds in the game. And yeah, Power Renegade getting buffed as well. Slowly but surely that build's getting better and better. A stream this weekend? Yes, we're planning to stream it this Sunday, and on Friday and Saturday, Jess and I will be streaming Last of Us over on her channel again. So we just caught the first episode of Season 2 of Last of Us, which we absolutely loved. Oh, hang on. We're doing this NA side, I think.
I demand that you release me.
But yeah, Revenant broadly got off very, very well in this patch.
Did Sabbath murder these villagers?
And here I can take Chalice.
Like the look at his place.
Need to catch up on Last of Season 2. Yeah, it's just had one episode of it out, and I assume it's going to be a weekly thing. But yeah, it's really, really good. Absolutely love the first season as well. Great adaptation of the game, and honestly, they improved on a lot of aspects of it. Particularly with the Bill storyline. Let's run through that. Just run through. And range players should really just be able to capture that. We need to capture that. Good, we actually did. See if we end up getting a port here. Might actually just chill and help catch it. Because we're a bit behind. Cool, we got it.
Running out of endurance.
Many chests, love to see it. And Gorse, I will bring Chalice, because then I can give stability whenever I swap to Chalice. I don't actually have to worry about using... yeah, I don't have to end up actually using Inspiring Reinforcement. I can just swap and use my Facet of Nature. Yeah, Wing 1's emboldened this week as well, so honestly, Wing 1's just going to be an absolute farm, even more so than it already is. And I think, yeah, we got it nice. So I certainly didn't make that jump.
They died along.
That's okay.
Squad was taken through
We'll get the ready spaghetti check.
Gods, what is that? We fight together!
We'll start off on every encounter just with these 3 facets active, because then as soon as you trigger another one, you're going to immediately start pulsing quickness. what I'll probably do is pop the Facet of Light. That'll be enough to trigger quickness, then double tap Facet of Nature. Then consume my Facet of Elements and Facet of Strength for the burst damage, as well as Chaotic Release here. Not on Greatsword? No, I'm just camping Sword on this. I got Staff on swap if I need the CC. Would be more damage if I swap between them, but personally I just really like running Staff.
Reap the whirlwind.
Behold, dragon and hero together.
As well, personally on Power Revenant, I actually find the DPS gain you get by having the Greatsword on swap is usually not that significant, because you do have a bit more complexity in the actual rotation itself and a little bit more room for errors to pop in, and I find the simplicity of just camping one weapon often makes up for it more than you'd actually expect.
Our moment has finally
So even though it is more damage, the simplicity of the build I think compensates for it a bit, so I find for general usage the difference is actually far smaller. And yeah, the initial burst is generally much higher, absolutely.
A single spirit. It's dozens.
Expensive operation.
But honestly, you're not bringing Herald for its damage nowadays.
Will obey. How did it destroy?
Summon the power of the storm. You'll be doing that one in days. Attack!
I assume that's just going to go down. And I do love certain parts about Greatsword, but yeah, particularly Greatsword 2, I do find it to be a little bit more on the clunky side. Yeah, I enjoy Greatsword as well. A Greatsword, Greatsword 5 in particular is an amazing skill. And it's a very well balanced, well designed weapon. It is a good weapon, and I will run it sort of quite often. Kind of just depends what my mood is. I do tend to prefer sword though. I just like the animations of it better.
Intruders! Tear them apart! 100 gold for each head. Get chopping!
You're going down. Armored up.
The animations on sword, I just find them to be really, really smooth. So Exordium turns Greatsword 5 into a scythe? Does it? In which case, that's amazing. Yeah, I think you definitely are trading some burst damage for just a simpler rotation and some extra utility on staff. And yeah, it's definitely more impactful on bigger hitboxes. Just that. There she is.
Very nice.
Useless! What do I pay you?
Oh, Fire, thanks for standing desk. Thank you for the hydrate.
Drop your weapons and free the...
You came all this way for a few soldiers? You really have no idea what's inside this compound, do you? Only the worthy are taken in.
Got a power wren here, I presume, or maybe a condi wren. It's a bit hard to tell.
Your little journey ends here.
Oop. 1, 3, that's fine. Let's see. Beautiful, we got them, nice. Had my UI. Love it. Control Shift H. Hang on, I need to actually see when we're going in. Oh, I can probably just follow. Which one am I on? We can find the repeatable Rift achievements. Maybe under the Secrets of the Obscure one? I'm not quite sure.
Surrender or die.
Okay, I think I actually know this rotation up where I can do this. Get ready to throw to arrow. Oh, someone else got that. Yeah, we're just going on vibes of when things are on cooldown.
Our moment has
Let's heal that. Such an immersive experience. Shame we don't have arc DPS. I can't see how we're going. I feel like we're actually going okay. And it's good as well with the glint icons. I can actually tell where I'm at in my rotation.
Stop it. Take it to it. Like a legion.
And can I swap back now? Yep, I can. No, that's not it. I'm just gonna wait. There we go. I'm doing hammers now. Get that off the group. I love Herald. I actually do know the rotation to the point where I can do it without the UI. I'm in Glint now, I think. Okay, no, I'm in Jalis. Make sure I don't go into the hitbox. Just gonna click on the boss there because I'm not actually sure I'm targeting them.
It has been too long.
Glint heal. Such an immersive experience. Perfect, clean as a whistle. I assume boons were fine there.
All right, people, listen up. There's more to this situation than we thought.
It's much easier doing that than on Spear Thief or Spief. And right now I'm playing on EU. No, NA. I'm always used to just saying I'm playing on EU. I'm on NA. NA right now. So wing 2 full clear. Let's see. Darth. Yeah, I think we're good for boons. I think so, yeah. We got boons dealt with in the actual static itself. So that's good. Incursions, is it? Excellent. And are you doing training raids? Yes, absolutely. This is a safe spot where you can practice, get exposed to raids.
According to the intelligence,
And yeah, I can explain things as we go as well. If you need to know anything, feel free to just ask and I will be more than happy to answer. But yeah, no experience required. In fact, I encourage you, if you haven't tried raids before, now's a really good time.
or tell us more about our enemy.
And we have filled. Excellent. Welcome. Shroom volunteers. And training raids on EU I tend to do on Mondays. And yeah, I'll run Jalis. This is fine. And just gonna sort that out there. Nice. One thing I really like about Herald as well is just how it pulses quickness every second. So even in situations like this where your boons get stripped quite regularly, you just keep reapplying it.
Ugh, great. Look around for a way out of here. And try not to annoy that thing.
Need a 3. Preferably a DPS. I'd rather not do it as a Herald. Diltari, how you doing today? I'm going very, very well today. Thank you for asking. How about yourself? Cool, we got 3. Hell yeah. Get the ready check up. So just hold 1, 2, 3, about 3 there, 4. I don't know how we're seeing spirit shards. Actually, many spirit shards. Okay. I have so many provisions tokens as well. I actually don't need them anymore. Are you doing well? Just getting back into the game after taking 2 years off. Well, welcome back. Got a new X-Pack, so you're getting your spear. That is great to hear. Janthia Wilds, I think, is a really good expansion. Definitely a better expansion than Secrets of the Obscure. We got someone swapping by the looks. Yeah, swapping NG, so I'll just cancel the ready check. Any advice to get gold now? Definitely check out the Wizard's Vault. Basically replaces the daily login system. You do daily, weekly, there's special achievements there. But these will give you access to a ton of rewards here. Particularly Mystic Coins, cheap bags of gold. Like you can get 90 gold here really, really quickly. And for reference, just doing 1 weekly is enough to get you all the Mystic Coins and about 40 gold. So it's around about 150 gold just from doing stuff that probably takes about an hour or so. But yeah, there's a lot of value here, especially Legendary Weapon Starter Kit as well. It's a great place to make it. And I also have videos as well on my YouTube channel about how I personally make gold and Guild Wars suits. So you can go check them out there. Right, how's it going? Great to see you, mate. Oh, wait, CM Prog went. I think the next one we'll do will be Sarah CM, I think. I'll probably post about that in like the next few days. We'll be doing that on EU in the near future. So we'll start sort of sussing out what numbers we have for that. Oh, mostly a PvP player. Like, PvP is actually not bad gold as well. I think they've also consolidated a lot of the reward tracks. I could be mistaken on that. No, it definitely did it for World vs. World. Not sure how that change translate over to PvP, but PvP is actually pretty decent gold in and of itself, especially in a game mode where you don't actually need much gold.
That just made it mad. We'll have the big one.
Ah, awesome, Raj. That would be great. Yeah, having some more experienced peeps in the group as well would be very good. Because yeah, we've done HTCM on EU, so Sarah CM will be next. Get our stability down there. Camped on staff a little bit too long, but you know what, it's fine. It's already on 60%, not bad. But in the next few days, I'll post sort of in the channel that we had to organize the HTCM group to get a bit of a vibe check on the numbers. And then we'll post as well in the regular section of Discord for anyone else who's interested. And Illusion is the way to register for Rage. Can't we find it on Discord? That's a good question. Depends which region you're on. If you are on NA, we have a sort of NA sort of raid training static group. So if you're on NA and interested in that, feel free to just like type your name in Discord, then I can add you to it. For EU though, it's more of a first in best dress situation. EU. So EU typically just let me just deal with this here. For EU, we will usually start raids about an hour and a half after stream start, so round about now. So as long as you are around on the Monday when we start streaming, when we're forming up, then you can just get on in. So yeah, we don't so much have a static group for EU training raids. Clean. What's the best place to find PvP builds these days? Usually meta battle is a good shout for PvP builds. I also really like builds that Valen makes over on Guild Gen as well. They'd be my sort of main places to grab PvP builds.
Keep moving.
Okay, and actually, hang on, I'll just paste it here. I literally had one open from a bit earlier, but yeah, like Guild Gen over there.
Getting you out of here.
Hurry! The forest is full of them! They'll call in reinforcements! Here they come!
There we go, we've got mortars. Oh, we didn't get up somehow. Okay, we're just going to be chilling here for a bit. There we go. We'll wait till we get some people swapping. That's fine. Over to Shiro. That deals with mortars instantly. Check if I'm not running any slightly jank stats or anything. There's always a chance. And my dragon's back piece, that's right. Everything else is berserkers. Good times. Do I have a Condi Quickness Herald set up on this account? I should probably replace some of these builds, like Hankite's good. Sully Wren. Got a spare slot here. That is power. I think that's actually Vipers. Let me just run and see what's in this slot here. Okay, yeah, I have... It's a bit of a mix. That's open world Condi Quickness. I did see that Spectral Grasp is not changed, which I am personally very happy about. I do enjoy running Spectral Grasp, so I'm very happy to see that. 1, 2, up, 3, down. I'm in sub 3, so down I go.
strong.
Kill the invader. And then kill the prisoners. They know too much. Everyone.
Just nuke everything here, then we'll go stack in the corner. Just got to deal with these mobs first. Yeah, I'm curious as well, because I didn't really see any reason, because as far as I know, that skill's not particularly used in PvP and World vs. World that much. It's not really a oppressive skill at all, so I'm interested as to why they did that. I'm glad to see they didn't do that, because yeah, the outcry was pretty stark for it.
That went better than I expected.
Yeah, it's Paul, it's good in World vs. World pretty much. Yeah, I can imagine situations where it's good in World vs. World, and I have seen it used.
Torment is my ally.
But it's also not a particularly reliable skill, I think. Not really enough to warrant halving its range, I think. Or even if they did that, just doing the old splitteroo in PvP and World vs. World. We've got all oil kegs vibing out there. That's a very funny joke, and I could see it being the case. Yeah, we should be able to stack enough quickness that even if I'm away from the group, quickness uptime should still be decent.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Perhaps if I put 3 down. And yeah, like I see the occurrences of someone getting pulled off a wall in World vs. World. That just seems like a fundamental part of the game mode, as far as I would consider it. If anything, I feel like that should be encouraged. Don't even make it a pull. Just make it so if it makes contact with them, one, it goes through the wall and just ports people outside the wall. It's like a forced portal. Do that. And Mesmer Focus 4, I think, is far more concerning than that, because you can just place it down, sort of wait and time your actual pull, whereas Spectral Grasp, it's got a slow-moving traveling projectile.
Now that's a combo.
Cool, we got some wargs open. Can't see, there we go. Honestly, I'll just stay on Power Herald, it's fine. Where is Zane? Oh, Scorpion Wire is great. It's so satisfying you can pull off a Scorpion Wire on the wall.
Enemies to the south!
Oh, it's not a weak skill. Honestly, I feel like it's kind of a balanced skill. I wouldn't say it would be overpowered under any circumstance. So I'm glad to see that change got reverted. Eddie just did a little burp.
Eat my dust.
Doing there, Eddie.
More coming from the east!
But cool, that will be basically everything done there.
Strong.
Run out. You just take the bomb out, take the jump pad out.
I'll incinerate you!
And yeah, we'll just
Elena,
go.
we would have ended up
No one else is doing it.
What do you need?
There's more of us, along with a soldier they brought
Where were they taken?
There we go.
to the north. No one they've taken there has ever returned.
We've cleared a path to the outside of the compound. Gather your people and head through the cave to the east. There's a packed camp at the jungle entrance.
Shuts
They'll
the
send your
brake
weapons.
bar.
Now go.
Yeah, the Shiro Elite will just instantly one-shot the brake bar. And they all run to the same spot. Wait until the brake bar spawns. Pop, Shiro. Come back. Oh. The range on those, exceptional. Oh yeah, I definitely depleted this account of a lot of gold after we crafted another legendary sigil on our last stream. Lots of spirit shards though, that is good value. Pretty sure the snipers have infinite range. I'm pretty sure they do as well. If it's not infinite, it's surely in the thousands. Because yeah, even when you're on that starting platform for Bandit Trio, you can still be hit by them. And they're at least 10k range away. It's wild. And yeah, I'll just camp on this build. It's fine. Shiro's good soup. Utility, there we go. Yeah, no, we're blasting through these. These are great. Group is stacked tonight. Loving that Verdurak Warhorn as well. Get the ready check and I'll take a seat. Oh, we'll just leave that there. Maybe I just need to find the middle ground for the framing. I feel like it might be just fractionally down. Yeah, that might work. We can have the same framing for both standing and sitting. Just gonna chill here. Oh wait. GG. Yeah, we'll sort Reflex. I don't think we sorted Reflex. I just assumed Reflex would be sorted. we're going so well. I know we were blasting, and then we forget reflex. Okay, like we got 2 peeps who can do it.
The bringer of salvation.
We go. And yes, no reflex on my part. I've only got projectile destruction. Verterak is a cool war horn.
Elements, I command you to bend to my will.
There we go. That's a bit soon. Oh, no. Diltari, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you.
I could use a hand over here.
Your sacrifice will bring him life. He will not be pleased.
And Daniel, thank you for the follow. No, you're most welcome, mate. Our friend's not.
Turn to the fight.
Yeah, well, GG that. Yeah, Matthias is in the class. You're doing it wrong. He can be a little bit like that at times. We should be fine now. We got 2 reflex.
The bringer of salvation.
Yeah, I think that one was just a bit too early there. It's basically as soon as he puts his staff down and starts shooting, that's when you want to do it. Okay, we'll just wait, and then we'll go as soon as this pops. Let's see if I can, I know, get a bit of a precast, depending on how. There we go.
Refreshing. I command you to bend to my will.
There we go.
Your sacrifice will bring him life. He will not be pleased.
Good thing about not having arc DPS is I don't really need to be as sad when I swap to staff. Instead, I can be happy that I provided the CC. Oh, I didn't do the thing. Oh. I didn't swap it, and I tried to be too quick. Ben, how's it going? It's great to see you. Did we get the res?
Your sacrifice will bring him. He will not be pleased.
Oof.
Refreshing.
Let's get some reses. There we go, we're fine. A few more percent, then we won't have to deal with one more sacrifice. There we go. Cool, everyone's alive. Glint heal. Jinxie, how's it going? Welcome in. Great to see you. Should we get the spread?
Our moment has finally come.
That went better than I expected.
Good use of Shiro skills there. That felt good. We actually remembered to do the thing of actually depositing my special action key on the wall.
Our moment has finally come.
Well, not on the wall. It was most of the way towards the wall. But you know what? That's fine. No! Oh, that's right, coward. We trolled each other. It's alright.
Over here! Help!
Do wing 3. There we go. Yeah, we'll do wing 3. We blasted that. And Lotus, how's it going? Welcome in. Cool, they can do towers. Perfect. $100 per towers. And all good, Cowd, no worries. Yeah. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming along for that. That was good. And only Vindy got buffed. Vindy, Herald, and Renegade, they all got buffed. Beautiful. Let's take a dip there. Nice. Good job there, team. Let's open everything.
Gear.
Open everything. Can I sell these? Props can. I say like the sound of the changes to Ranger. What were the main changes to Ranger, by the way? Open everything here. Oh, this is big inventory. Yes. So good. Cool, I've got a tier 10 on this character. But yeah, Herald and Vindy both got buffed by the changes to Roiling Miss. So yeah, you now get 2% of your outgoing critical damage goes to healing, which is absolutely bonkers. And Vindy got some other buffs as well. I think Forerunner of Death. This is some extra damage on Death Drop, I believe. And where is Power Alacrigate? Here we go. I think Lasting Legacy, this got changed from a 5% increase in damage to a... No, got changed from a 3% to a 5%. And Dark Razor's Dairy now gives stability to allies as well. Which, yeah, that is... Hang on, if I find this Darth here. See, there we go. We do 3 stacks of stability. So every Renegade build now has access to a much easier form of stability for the groups. That's actually quite big for it. And just some damage buffs across the board. I think Power Renegade is sitting at like a 42k bench, and even though that's not insanely high, one thing the build does have is just monumental levels of burst damage. And Power Renegade really doesn't like taking Royally Miss. It really wants Charge Miss for the extra energy. Power Renegade's not trash. Its sustained damage isn't as high as other classes, but it actually has really, really good burst damage. Its burst damage is very easy to pull off. Because, yeah, Citadel Bombardment is just absolutely cracked as a skill. And yeah, Soul Cleave does more life cycle damage. Yep, it does. I think, yeah, there's some extra barrier on Break Razor's Bastion, I'm pretty sure, when it's empowered. So if I was to do that. So yeah, I think there's extra barrier. There might be... Oh, there it is. Yeah, it does some more barrier. And Razor Claw got a power coefficient buff in World versus World. But yeah, so Power Ren honestly is pretty good because any variant of it you bring now is going to bring stability. It's very survivable as well. Although you're taking Lasting Legacy. It's really fun when you take Vindication because that's just damage to healing. Honestly, what could you do? I have to see... It's not actually the crit chance that it misses when you don't take this. What happens if you don't take this is you don't have enough energy to do Citadel Bombardment, which is one of the best things on Power Ren. So you really want Charge Miss. So Renegade gets a whole bunch of extra crit chance. Where is it? Here we go. You get 33% extra crit chance when you have full endurance. You get a 10% increase to crit chance there. I wonder if you could probably take... No, what? No, you need Charge Miss. You have so much extra crit chance anyway, that's not really the problem. But yeah, Power of Renegade just really wants that. Greatsword Chrono got a small buff. Yeah, I heard Greatsword on Mesmer got some buffs as well as Chrono, so that's good. I like Power Chrono as a DPS build, so a bit of an odd DPS build. I don't think it actually has the fastest ramp time. And Shane, welcome into YouTube. What is the best legendary trinket to work on with the free one? Do you mean the Prismatic Champions Regalia? So if you're... Well, I have both of them here, the Prismatic Champions Regalia. But if you're working on that one, I would also work on either Aurora or Vision at the same time. Because that, by doing... the Prismatic Champions Regalia, sorry, it's over here, I've got the PvP and the PvE one in this account, you will get a whole bunch of the currencies towards Aurora and Vision at the same time, so that makes your life much easier. So yeah, if you're doing Prismatic Champions Regalia, do Aurora and Vision, because you're going to tick off a whole bunch of things on the way. And you can also double dip as well a bit by doing Conflux. Because with Conflux, once you have done all of your Gifts of Battle you need for it, you're going to have to spend time in World versus World for it. You'll get to the point where you have finished all your Gift of Battle reward tracks, and then you can start doing the Living World Season 3 and 4 reward tracks, which will give you some of the armor pieces you need to unlock Aurora and Vision. Oh, you need to do the Living World Season 1 achievements for these shoulders. They are very nice shoulders. I do very much like them. So best to work on all three? Yeah, work on all three, because Aurora and Vision are very much sort of directly tied to the Prismatic Champions Regalia, and Conflux, basically with extra time you have, because you'll be farming up skirmish tickets more than you'll be farming up Gifts of Battle, then you can do the Living World reward tracks, which bypasses all the story achievements you need to do. At least you'll have a few episodes done, so that will save you a bit of time. And Pantu, are you ever finished ever getting Gifts of Battle? No. If you're thinking about legendaries at any point, more Gifts of Battle are always a good thing. I mean, for most players, yeah, like once you reach full legendary, then of course you have no more need for Gifts of Battle, but that's a very long-term goal. And we've tunnel visioned that quite hard on EU. Grab those. We've tunnel visioned that quite hard on EU, and even then we're still at, like, we'll be around about... we have all trinkets, all armors, 3 sigils, still working on runes, and we have all our weapons. Honestly, we'll probably be around the 3 to 4k hours by the time we're done. But excellent, what we're going to do now is take a break, go stretch our legs, and we'll be back in a few minutes, so sit tight. See, do you want to play one of the easiest, highest damaging builds in the game, where you can simply mash a couple keys and watch this happen?
You have my sword.
Do you want to play a DPS build where you do not care what the rest of your team is doing, because you are one of the most self-sufficient builds in the game? Do you want to play a build where you can customize it to provide all manner of useful utility to your team to carry them through even the hardest of content? Well, today your prayers have been answered. We are covering the majestic Power Soul Beast.
So it begins.
Welcome back, everyone. Power Soul Beast has been my go-to power damage build for the last few weeks, and I have been enjoying it to an astounding level. Here we have godlike levels of burst damage, so anything you find in open world is going to die exceptionally quickly. You are incredibly self-sufficient due to the baked-in boon extension that your build has, so you're always going to be having more boons than the rest of your team. You have the option to customize your build for some amazing utility. You've got group-wide Aegis, stability, damage reduction, boon extension, group-wide stun breaks, and outstanding levels of CC if you choose. So here you've got a DPS build that's going to put you at the top of the charts, all while still being able to carry your team through the hardest content. So buckle up, everyone, you're going to enjoy this one. First up, for the basics of Soul Beast. Here we've got an elite specialization of the Ranger class, and instead of having to rely on managing your pet like every other Ranger build does, here you can merge with your pet by entering Beast mode. So here your pet will give you extra attributes based on the type of pet that you have, and it will give you access to 3 new beast skills that are similar to your pet skills that you can activate at any time of your choosing. Soul Beast is basically a purely offensive elite spec, which rocks both great condition damage and power builds, and I have personally enjoyed playing Soul Beast for years since it launched with Path of Fire. Like every Ranger build, we first need to cover off on the pets that we need. Here you can actually be fairly flexible with the pets that you use. However, for Power Soul Beast, they at least need to be a ferocious pet, i.e. it will give you extra power and ferocity when you merge with them. This is going to be needed to crank your damage as much as possible, so make sure you pick this. Having a ferocious pet is also going to give you access to the Worldly Impact Beast skill, which is going to be a key part of your damage rotation. Now in general, the Red Mower is going to give you the highest damage. On top of Worldly Impact, you're also going to get Harmonic Cry, which is a useful healing skill for yourself and nearby allies. But most importantly, we get Frenzied Attack, where you attack 5 times and inflict vulnerability. This skill is also going to be used to help upkeep the Fireworks Relic buff that we're going to talk about in our build later on. Another fantastic pet for extra CC will be the Rock Gazelle. Here we've got Kick for a little bit of extra damage, but most importantly, we've got Charge, which is going to apply some damage and do some great Defiance bar damage. A very nice pet for open world in particular is going to be the Smoke Scale. So here you can take this for some extra CC and the Smoke Assault skill, which is basically Unrelenting Assault from the Revenant. Here your Takedown skill is going to apply some knockdowns for some extra break bar damage, and your Smoke Assault is going to conceal you and make you lash out at nearby foes and gain extra might each time you strike an enemy. It is also an Evade for some extra spice. Now you've got some extra choices to work with. As long as they are a ferocious pet, you're going to mostly be good to go. For our gear and food, it's very straightforward. Here we're going to take Berserker's gear in every slot. We're also going to be taking Rune of the Scholar for the extra power and ferocity. For our weapons, we're either going to take Sword, Axe and Hammer, or Axe, and Hammer, depending on your preference. And for our sigils, we're just going to be taking Sigil of Force and Sigil of Impact. Nice and simple. These sigils are going to give us the overall best strike damage modifiers for our power build, so it's a no-brainer. For our relic, we'll be taking a Relic of the Fireworks. So when we use a skill that has a recharge time of 20 seconds or more, you'll gain 7% extra strike damage for 6 seconds. This relic is also affected by your beast skills as well, so Worldly Impact will trigger it. Frenzied Attack will also trigger it as well. So we're also going to structure our damage rotation to try and keep up this buff as much as possible. For our food and utility, we'll have our best power and ferocity food, so your sous vide steaks, and superior sharpening stones. It's a very simple build to gear, and a great one for new players to start with because Berserker's gear is widely available. Now for our weapons. Sword Axe is going to be your default choice and will give you the highest overall damage. Your sword auto attack is simply going to apply some strike damage. Sword 2 will leap you towards your target, is a leap finisher, and grants you some vigor whenever you strike an enemy, and will deal more damage against disabled, defiant, or movement impaired foes for good measure. Sword 3 will cause you to leap towards your target and cripple them, and if your target is disabled, defiant, or movement impaired, you will immobilize them instead. And we are back. Welcome back, everyone. Alright. Let's see what we have here. We'll go pick those up. That. And here we have a fair amount of gold waiting for us. Nice. And I still have, I might even relist these. And some runes of sigils are burst in there after we made another legendary sigil. So we can turn that into a bit more gold. Now where are we at for the weekly as well? So we still have a lot to do on that front. So we've done 3 veteran rank enemies. That's easily done. Battle for the Jade Sea. Where is that at? Battle for the Jade Sea. If I can get that, that is not bad. No, he's not up, but that's okay. Now, what I am quite interested in doing, actually... So many builds here. Let's go out to Condi Renegade. That's our Berserker set. Let's go over to Power Vindicator. Now, it's glorious. Okay. Let's see what changes we can make to this. Honestly, make it just absolutely bonkers in open world. Okay, so we'll go to Aerodrome. The main thing I want is a bit more boon access. It's not a bad idea, actually, to go Relic of the Water. Because survivability really isn't a problem with Roiling Miss. We're definitely going to want... Oh, thank you for the stretch as well. Incense response is going to be very, very nice. Now, for other things we can take here... Damage increase, that's just a straight damage increase, whereas honestly getting more might is going to be really good. And there's also more might. Curious to see what we can do. Let's see. Because really for me to take this over... I might actually test it against a Condi Renegade build. Because that's probably the... You're mentioning make you do SAB stuff. I might actually do some SAB stuff later today, actually. Because I don't think I've done it on this account. The achievements are actually going to be pretty hype. Because where are we at? Yeah, we got a 1251 waiting for us there. A 12500 one. Might check if we were to grab a Celestial Renegade and just see what we can do on this set. Frailty and Strength, that's pretty good. Trapper. And then here, if I was to go Fractal. Charge Miss, yeah, and Vindication. We'll see what this does in terms of damage. It's actually food up a bit as well. Yeah, we'll just take that. And Caligrit's welcoming. You saw Vindy got a buff? It did, yeah, it got a big buff, actually.
Come speak to me.
Glorious Burbhead. Let's just go spawn average. Okay, so what I want to see is roughly what damage this hits, because if I'm going to take a Power Vindy into open world, the changes I'm going to make to the regular raid version should probably at least put it above or on par with a Celestial build, or else why wouldn't I just take the Celestial build? So let's see what we can do.
This is our fight.
The ramp is probably not going to be giga amazing.
Bring the thunder.
Lack of quickness is also a bit sag. And the might access is really high. I actually don't think I do a whole bunch of bleeding. Yeah, I don't. So Relic of the Fractal is kind of, it's a bit of a trash piglet.
Black Legion, see it done.
So that's sitting at about 19k there. It's going to start ramping more and more. Yeah, that's 19.7. Oh, your buddy hit his first 40k in the dummy yesterday. Hell yeah, that's awesome. So, when you inflict bleeding, am I taking frailty and strength? Frailty, yes. And probably strength. And then, yeah, I can probably take rapid flow. And then I'm not doing bleeding. Or we go, it might be... I feel like Akeem, because yeah, we actually CC quite regularly on this build. Alright.
Back and fighting.
I really lose a lot of might access. So we definitely want incense response for that, or else we're just not going to be able to upkeep enough might.
Iron Legion, put your best into it. What'll you fall for?
Our damage ramp has been like so monstrously low there. I feel like I'm missing something. Bleeding inflict is more dangerous. So do we do any bleeding on this? No, it's all torment. It's very odd because even there we started off at 17. Like on our first iteration, which honestly kind of feels like it should be our worst iteration. So let's go fractal. When you could bleed on enemies, 6 or more stacks of bleeding. Oh, wait, no, I know exactly why. Ice Razor. Ice Racer actually does a lot. That will do it. Yeah, so that's why that's also really good. And how do you control cancelling skills in the regular? You did some passing the other day, had some cancel skills. You pasted a bit more the next 2 tries, but then you had a lot of aftercast. It's something that honestly just takes time with the class to be able to fix. And it's very dependent as well on the class you're playing and the weapons as well. Some classes have really fiddly aftercast, some classes don't. The more you play it, the more you get a feel for the somewhat rhythm of the rotation. And it's just something you sort of learn by trial and error, I think. But yeah, like that is, especially on say something like Revenant, I don't have it on me, but if I'm on Mace Axe, it's actually very important for me to cancel certain weapon aftercast by mashing my auto attack. And different classes have long aftercast, some skills are super easy to cancel. I think like the Spectre Wells are actually really, really easy to cancel. So I have to make sure I let them actually cast and then move on, because if I don't, if I miss my, Well of Sorrow cast, I'm going to be really sad. Like honestly, is this setup just going to be right? When you chill a foe, also inflict torment on them. Where am I getting chill from? Okay, so we get it from there. And from there, so that's actually not bad. Okay. I think, unironically, is this just the setup that's going to be the best? Invoking stability when you break stun. That's a bit of a meh, bit of a nothing burger. Okay. Back to school. What is up, Gossett? Great to see you. Denobri, how's it going? So good to see you, mate. Hope you're having a great day.
Fate, we are Legion.
Yeah, that's 20k now. Our initial burst was quite a bit lower, but you know what? That's fine.
I make a pretty good team.
Iron Legion, put your best into it.
It's your Friday stoked? Hell yes. Hope you enjoy the long weekend coming up. Very nice. Okay, there we go. So we're basically hitting 20k with that. I got you. Currently playing Spectre. You can barely do 38k solo, but you're kind of stuck on that. Honestly, like 38k solo on that is really, really good. And yeah, infusions will usually add sort of 1.5 to 2k DPS. But yeah, if you're hitting that solo, like that's a really good number. Because yeah, Thief really scales when you have a team around you. But those numbers, you'll probably be topping DPS charts very quickly. But okay, so roughly 20k. Now, if we go to Power Vindicator, I'll stick just on sword here. So if I go customize, celerity. Now cancel. I actually don't want it in that one. I want it in this one. Just me being a bit fiddly as to how I structure my sigils. Oh yeah, like 39k is a solo bench. Like, if I pull it up there, so what is that? That's 38k divided by 39.5. Like, you're within 4% of the benchmark on that number, so you're fine. Honestly, at that point, it's probably going to be like pressing skills, you know, just that little bit faster, and it might actually be a bit dependent on your ping as well. If you're rocking high ping in any way, there is sort of a bit of a hard limit there on what you can really hit. You can inch closer and closer, but that is an obscenely good number, and you should be super happy with that. Okay, so if I was to take, was it Zakharos? That would be a change I'd make to the open world build. And you have no idea how grinded the bench is as well for good RNG. True. And this one might actually be Frailty? So that's going to be a pretty big damage increase. And here if we take Incense Response, I feel like this skill... Okay, let's see. Was there any extra vulnerability sources? Not really.
It's my turn.
We do that.
Finishing for a fight.
Cancel to cast there, so we need to get used to that. It's also because we're not having quickness.
It's my
But yeah, that's like 18.8k completely solo, and oh, your ping's around 38 on average. Okay, yeah, that's like super low ping. Yeah, then it's honestly at that point it's probably just going to be pressing skills quicker. What's some other ways we can easily get some quickness? We've got celerity in there. Honestly, there's probably not that many, unless... Gain quickness when you swap weapons. Does that count on Legend Swap? No.
I don't have enough energy.
Unless... Unless we're a bit of a goofy goober. And Joxa, welcome in. On open world Vert, Condi, or Power. I'd probably go Power, I think. Yeah, I think I'd probably go with that. I can also go Greatsword here as well, and that will also drastically help. Let's turn this on. Okay, so we get a bit there. Good, so we get a little bit of quickness up time. Advanced survivability is a bit worse on power, then went back to Condi. Yeah, if you can run the Zakharos relic, especially for open world, then power is probably going to outstrip it. But yeah, the Condi build has inherently more survivability because some of your, I think it's your bleeding or Condi damage gets converted to healing on one of your traits. Whereas power, you're going to have to add in the Relic of Zakharos to match its healing, but you'll probably outpace it at that point. Yeah, we're testing out at the moment just what changes we can make to Power Vindicator to really get it to sort of work well for open world. Because one of the tricky things is if I just go just straight up Power Quick Herald, yeah, like straight up just this, because on a Celestial build we were hitting, what was it, 20k.
Strong.
I'm just going to vibe out here for a moment. And just because we can self-buff with quickness so unbelievably well, it's just really, really good in open world. And we cap out on Might, Fury, Quickness. Plus we have the insane boon potential as well. What's an Iron Moth? Oh, that is the Paradox version of Volcarona, the future version from Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Elsie, thank you for the follow, appreciate you. Okay, so that was like 17.8k. So Vindicator does hit more than that, but that's also far easier. So even here, Frailty, Celerity. And hey, welcome in, Mr. Streamer. Can you tell us on your experience, how long does it take to create a full set of armor from different sources in the game? Like one piece from World vs. World, one obsidian, etc. That very much depends. Like open world, you can farm insanely quickly if you want. Like you can brute force that because our friend Exodum was able to do a full set of open world armor in a week. So really that's like a day per piece of armor, which is crazy. That's unhinged levels of farming though. Raid armor, I feel like it also depends on how many clears you do each week. For your first set, ballpark, it's probably going to be 1.5 weeks. Per piece of armor. World vs. World, I'm not sure. I've never actually made World vs. World armor. If I was just to go Guild Wars 2 Legendary Armor. Okay. So open world set, we've sort of covered that. Raid set. So first set of armor will take 6 weeks. So yeah, about a week if you're full clearing the raids. Well, this was about 4 weeks per one piece. Ouch, yeah. PvP, that's also a bit tricky. There's a lot of math that goes into that. Actually depends more on the number of games I think you get and how often you complete the reward tracks. So what was what about 4 weeks? Raid 1 week. Honestly, open world, I'd probably put it about a week as well. PvP can be brute force as well. Okay. Guesstimate 1.5 weeks or something. And Connie's better sustain has lies to each time kiting because range rotation compared to spear, faster blade generation. Yeah, that's true. Oh, core tier map comp. Yeah, don't do a Condi build. You're going to have a really bad time. And here, if I run Vindicator's Greatsword, and if I put Celerity there, and here, if I put Strength here, yeah, Obsidian Armor can be done in a week or faster if you want. Yeah, that probably very much comes down to how much gold you have and how quickly you can do lantern runs. Let's get that. Oh, daily's done. Sweet. Okay. Respawn. So I feel like this setup, you do prefer to play Vindy over, I assume that's Renegade in open world. Vindy is really fun in open world, especially if you're running Sigil of Stamina. That's insanely fun. So this is currently with Relic of Zakharos. And in terms of our traits here... Oh, Revenant. Oh, okay. Yeah, it looks over it. Yep, exactly it.
It's my turn. Need more endurance. Refreshing.
Well, this is pretty okay quickness uptime. Yeah, like that's pushing 20k. Honestly, that's kind of at the point where... That's at the point where it's contending with a Selly build. Honestly, it probably doesn't even need Relic of Zakharos, given it's got Roiling Miss. It's 2 brands, one for farming, other for the rest. Yeah, the farming one is the one that controls everything. That's the one that's at the wheel. How was our might on that, actually? Because I feel like we're getting a fair amount. Deal increased damage when your endurance is not full. That's 10% extra. Let's try this. Okay.
Fresh.
I'll change that because that was a really bad opener there. Okay. And 24, bit of a bad opener there. If a raid legendary army need 50 insights per piece, depends if it's your first one. First one you need 25, so you could do that in a week. But yeah, you're right. For subsequent sets, it's 50.
Need more endurance.
Not having alacrity is a bit sad, actually.
I demand that you release me.
A bit clunky.
Raise your weapon.
Shouldn't have done that, actually. Okay, that's 20.5. And that was quite bad. The brutality here, the quickness on weapon swap is quite nice. I almost feel like with a tiny bit of extra diviner's gear, or even changing the runes out to maybe Rune of the Fireworks to get that bit of extra boon duration. But this, if I was to put this on, probably... Or even... Can I do Thief or Claw? What's up, Exum? So good to see you, mate. Yeah, probably back to Thief. Not bad opener there. It all comes down to our burst opener. For the initial burst, actually, if we want to see big number, we'd actually go Claw.
It's my turn.
No, that was actually, we did things in the wrong order. It's rather specific about the order we want to do it in. Refresh. We just instantly end up at basically full endurance there.
Raise your weapon.
Yeah, I don't like the having to swap weapons at the moment.
It's my turn.
Am I on... Oh, I'm a goofy goober. We're straight up not on good power food. Okay. That's a bit silly. Okay. Like, why? This should be higher. Let's go just that food. Yes. Okay. Yeah, brutality for the quickness is good. I really do just like sword, though. Great sword, especially without quickness, feels a bit clunky. But now on... Honestly, we'll put this back on Thief. Okay, number should go up now. Do any of these actually give vulnerability? No, there's actually not a huge amount of vuln access. Oh, actually, the heal does. Okay.
It's my turn.
That is much bigger opening number. We are missing a bit of quickness here, though. Oh, that was a really bad swap. You know what? I don't like doing the swap without quickness. I feel like this wants a bit of extra boon duration. Now, what would be the point of the monk relic there, Sven? Honestly, what we could do here, remove it, put that there, customize, simplify it, and go celerity. It's a 20-second cooldown, though. Is there anything here that gives quickness? Use a mount. No. And thank you so much, Kiera. I really appreciate that. Yeah, frailty and celerity. We should have pretty good might access. Honestly, even... Oh, see, the Jade Sea gives extra boons. Is energy the problem, or is it vigor? 40%. Not 40%, 40 vigor is pretty hype. Okay, we'll do a round with this and then we'll swap over. So respawn.
I can feel your rage.
It's way easier to execute the opening burst there. So one thing I need to do is actually make sure I keep attacking after I dodge.
Raise your weapon.
22.4. Yeah, fireworks room for 25% boon duration. That's kind of feeling like the next bit, because it's just feeling a little bit short on boon duration there, so it's feeling clunky. Yeah, let's get them. Oh, they're cheap. Oh, Monk Relic gives you concentration when you apply boons. I see. Yeah, I forgot that it actually did that. So that's actually not bad. Oh, that's Herald. That's increased healing effectiveness after granting a boon, so it's Herald. Gain concentration after getting a boon. Let's get both. Because yeah, I would like to avoid changing the runes if possible. No, that's alright. I was a bit confused because I'm like, yeah, Monk, I know that's the healing one. In case we ever want to do an updated Vindicator build guide, the open world version would be quite good as well. It's 5 seconds after disabling. That's just not feeling the best, honestly. Let's see. So I want to go spawn, just average, weak, spawn.
It's my turn.
Like, honestly, that's feeling really good. Open World Vindy just needs the sigil that gives stamina on kill. Oh, that's so good on Vindy. That's absolutely bonkers. And honestly, I don't really like running Reaver's Rage here.
Hi there.
Well, it's a good skill, but I don't like relying on that for Sigil of Celerity.
Speak to me.
Have a Sigil of Energy for half stamina on Legend Swap. That would be really good as well. What I will do now, so we've got sort of a number there. We're landing on about 23k completely solo. It actually has pretty good burst. That was a entirely self-buff, 33.5k opener on that. You could take Sigil of Concentration. Yeah, Sigil of Concentration, I did contemplate that. That's a good shout as well. Let's compare, because I don't actually know what our might uptime was. Let's actually record it. So let's try Vassals of the Empire. After the initial burst, most stuff is dead in open mode anyway. Yes. And the main things I want is like a good amount of survivability, which honestly Roiling Mist has given us now. That's giving us really good survivability. And quickness uptime. Which Brutality is doing, as well as Scavenger Burst. And the more mobs there, I think, boon increase per target struck. Yeah, more mobs there, we're going to get more boons. Okay, so now let's try, that's a bit of a dud trait now. No longer has energy cost and grants energy when used in combat. That's honestly really good. Let's go for a bit more of the defensive option. Oh, hang on. Am I actually running? I'm still running Celerity. Yeah, let's remove that. Frailty. This will probably go to... It won't actually need to go to Strength. This could probably go to... just be Force at that point.
It's right on target. Refreshing.
I actually think concentration might be better there. Or is it just... The other one felt better. Because, yeah, we're running out, even with that extra boon duration. See, might's fine. Yeah, honestly, if we did gain quickness after disabling, let's do that again. Trying to make as minimal changes as possible to the regular build.
It's my turn. I don't have enough energy.
Yeah, boons are sticking more. Yeah, the boons are sticking more, but the damage is also significantly lower. Like, we were doing 22k, and now we're doing 15, and our burst was, like, 22k instead of, you know, 35 or 33. So that drop in damage was significant. So if we go back to that... Sorry to hear that, is sick.
It's my turn. Right on target.
Yeah, that was like way higher opening burst.
Refreshing. Finishing for a fight.
Yeah, so opening burst there was 30k, bit of a bad opener, but then yeah, our damage goes to about 22.5k, which is higher than what we get on the Celestial version. Oh, that was Renegade as well. Renegade's a bit of a...
A deadly raid squad is a
Oh, do we try it on the Renegade version? Yes, Celerity. Oh, that's actually going to pop off on the Renegade version. Good lord, actually, no. That might actually just be it. That's... We need Power Renegade. Yeah, we'll take those instead, and then we'll do that and that. Oh my god, this might actually just be better in every way. And we'll take... Yeah, we got Frailty. I think we're probably actually fine, because we do... Disabling a foe cripples your enemy, which leaves them vulnerable, and we have a ton of vulnerability on sword. And yeah, so I think we don't actually need frailty anymore. We'll see. Okay, so I think it's actually going to be Ice Razor into Dark Razor.
Signal the Citadel.
Ooh, that's better burst. And you also don't need to dodge. But you also don't have consistent quickness uptime.
The time is at hand for a reckoning. What are you?
Vindicator is actually significantly more sustained damage by the looks. Well, not significantly more. That was like 21k, but we were missing out on quickness. Oh, and I really hope that he gets better soon, Kiara. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yep, actually, what I was also not doing was actually swapping my weapon for quickness. But the opening burst there, compared to, we were getting about 30k on Power Vindicator, that was 50k. So anything that is any way near that will just instantly die. Actually, what I might also do, I'm just going to record B-roll so I can actually see, because I don't have arc DPS.
Ash Legion, fall in.
51k. Grape Scotch.
Love it. Iron Legion, put your backs into it.
I have returned to fight at your side.
Fate, bring the thunder!
I demand that you release me.
Stop recording that. Yeah, that's like 21k there. I've returned when he goes to the LB back. And if I turn off my face, where is my face? Cameras? There we go. Right down there, initial burst there, 51.2. It trails off a bit, and really once we're down about this point here, that's less damage than Power Vindicator, because we don't have consistent quickness, so that's a bit of a giant problem. So what I'm going to do, let's actually pull up the recording for that. Cool, that ended up where it was meant to. This is my B-roll folder. Where actually do they end up? Hmm. 2025. Horizon OBS output, Guild Wars 2. No, I actually have no idea where my B-roll has been saved for probably a few months. 16.4. Oh, wait, no, there it is. Good. Okay, hang on. Don't know why that has, like, glitched out to no end. Let's go. Let's try something else. Might be the codecs a bit jank. Let's put that in films and TV instead. Okay, for some reason that's better. Don't know why. So in terms of might on our cell, well, we're on 25 vuln on the enemy, so that's good. Means I probably don't need Sigil of Frailty. What I actually need is Sigil of Frenzy or something. Because, yeah, vuln's totally fine. Might on myself could stand to be improved. That can be fixed by me popping Heroic Command more often. After a while, we actually tail off a vulnerability, but past the initial burst, it doesn't really matter that much. Vuln will actually go up once we have more quickness as well. Let's set this to Frenzy. Oh no, it's not that. Is there anything that gives quickness here? 1 second of quickness. Okay, Sigil of Rage. There we go. Okay. That's also going to do a ton of Vuln.
Iron Legion!
I have
Ordnance incoming!
55k opener.
What are you?
29k. $27k. Number do go up.
What are you for?
Yeah, it's a shame. Oh, honestly, turn these into wells. Make them wells, and then Renegade just becomes absolutely insane. I mean, the burst damage is just absolutely bonkers on it. But that's completely solo. No boons apply to us or anything. And yeah, we're pulling 55k on our opener burst. That's actually just... oh, it's good. It's really good. But then the damage drops off a bit of a cliff. Although by that point, everything's going to kind of die anyway. Don't know how I feel about if they be wells to be so busted for solo stuff. Oh my god, Renegade would probably end up just being one of the best builds. It's already insanely good. You give it Celestial gear, it's absolutely cracked for solo gear. Livestream, welcome in, great to see you. MS Foxy, sorry, I asked a question before. Oh, that's all good. What legendary weapon do you suggest for Vindicator? Remember Twilight was one, but what was the other one? Yeah, Twilight's great. Any great sword is like really, really good. Any great sword's good. I like the Aurene ones as well because Jormag's Bite I think is like really, really nice as a great sword skin. Like honestly, any legendary great sword skin. Swords would be your next one. I really do like the Shining Blade, and I actually have a bit of a soft spot for Bolt as well. But yeah, great sword or sword I think would be good. And yeah, right at the moment, I thank you, Rel, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trying to sort of figure out what are the minimum changes we could make to the, regular DPS build for Renegade and make it, just a really good build for open world. Like honestly, Vindicator, I'll just say Renegade, I mean Vindicator. Vindicator's kind of almost there. Oh, thank you for the stretch as well. Appreciate that. If there was a relic that just gave quickness, on some better capacity, I think that would be good. And what might actually, for general use, make this even more cracked is swapping out probably Sigil of Rage for Sigil of Stamina. Or even Sigil of Energy, that would be really good. So yeah, I saw that mentioned before, and I do tend to agree. The boon uptime is pretty good. I wish this was boon extension still. Would it not be relic speed, the Wayfinder relic? No, they don't do quickness. So speed will increase movement speed, and Wayfinder increases movement speed. So I want quickness. So we're doing Relic of the Herald there for more concentration, so I can upkeep 100%. Quickness uptime, and I could run something else to extend a bit of the boon duration. There's no food that gives quickness on anything, is there? What would be console? What would be a preferred option to go for? Ipos, Quaddle, Shuror. I would go, honestly, that order. I'd go Ipos first because I think it's probably the best overall and most interesting legendary skin in the game. Zaquaddle, I think, is a super cool Scepter skin. I really like that one. I haven't got it myself. I probably will get it at some point. And Shuror's the Quaggan Shield, isn't it? Koala Beaver, welcome in. It's great to see you. And Randall, what are we cooking? Right now we're taking Power Vindicator and just seeing what we can do. Like the minimum changes to take it from the pure raid DPS option to what changes can we make to make it a really just good open world build. Vindicator's almost there. The main thing I think it's missing is just quickness access. It gets a bit of it on Scavenger Burst, which is nice. But I'm sort of tossing up the best ways to deal with it. I'm kind of feeling another iteration we might want to do now. Why it works. So we can do this to add in more boon duration. And then I think we can swap out... Could run Firebrand Rune and Quicken Sigils. Firebrand Rune would be pretty good, but that's Condi. And because I'm running Power, I feel like that's probably not going to be amazing because we're just sort of teetering on the point where we can get it. Does he use Ipos only be skin? So, and even here, I could just go even... Are you going to update the written guides on these builds? I don't personally make written guides on these builds. Not saying I say I'll never do, but I had generally don't make written guides for them. And that's true, yeah. It does have boon duration. It's got like a few bits of condition damage there. But we'll see what this ends up as. Okay, you know what? Let's set this to... I feel like we're back to frailty here. If we are struggling with quickness uptime now with Relic of the Herald and Fireworks runes, our next step is to swap out something. So, and we also have... I really wish this trait here, Brutality, actually triggered on Legend Swap, because it gain quickness when you swap weapons. For some reason, it doesn't trigger on Legend Swap. And yeah, that's a good point there as well, actually, Randall. The rivers would give me Alacrity, which would also reduce the cooldown of that. Which that in turn would probably negate the need for extra boon duration. Yeah, Brutality explicitly only procs on weapon swap. That's annoying. Like, what? Everything else on Vindicator triggers on Legend Swap. I don't know why that doesn't. It should, because then it'd be... I'd take it more, because right now it's even feeling a little bit awkward to use. But you know what? Let's go Rivers, because then it also gives us some more... It also gives us some more regen, which is nice. Okay. If you go Stamina and Rage Sigils with Fireworks and Rivers, yeah. I'm also taking Frailty. We'll see what our... We'll see what our vulnerability uptime is. I don't know if you have consistent enough CC for Celerity. Celerity doesn't feel great because, yeah, your only real CC here is Reaver's Rage. But because you got the 20-second cooldown on there, it doesn't really line up well with your Legend swaps. Like, I think on one, you use it when you swap to Alliance, you get the proc. Then you have to wait 20 seconds. So that is one swap back to Shiro and then a swap back to Alliance, but then you're waiting out the full duration of Alliance before it's off cooldown. So if you don't time it right, you get no quickness, and it's really sad. And then you have to wait for a loop. So if you miss it, you're going to have a bad time. Okay, so right now we are on Energy, just because Energy is just a nice sigil, Frailty, and Rivers.
It's might.
Bit of a bad opener, but it's fine.
Right on target. Raise your weapon.
Yeah, so quickness uptime is not quite there. And yeah, also the issue of swapping sigils, relic, and runes. It's kind of far from a minimum amount of changes to make a semi-good open world build from a raid build. Yeah, that's... I agree with you there. See, if I was to, even I think, oddly enough, Herald was really, really nice. And if I stop recording, and then, wow, that turned out to be a gigabyte. Wow. It's because I don't have arc, so I actually have to look at the damage this way. So we are struggling a bit with might. I think Gravity is not worth any boss that lives long enough for it. We'll just have 25 anyway. Yeah. Gravity is a bit of a tricky one. It's basically if you're entirely solo, because then you don't really have... Like the boss may not actually be vuln capped. And what was the ramp on the vulnerability as well? So it starts off on 12, and then it does actually ramp up fairly quickly. It might be worth just swapping it, because I think we're actually getting it from a few extra sources. At this point, with as many changes, you have essentially made a new build. Doesn't really share much except that selection. Yeah, I don't love the rune swap in particular. Relic swap, I think, is a fine change to make. Traits, yeah, obviously traits is fine. Sigils are a bit iffy. Sigils are kind of the limit where, you know, you could grab yourself an exotic weapon, throw another sigil on there, particularly if it's build defining. So popping this back to, I think is it Dragon Hunter or Scholar? I actually don't think it matters. Oh wait, I think I have Scholar here. Yep, Scholar. Yep, that's what I have access to.
Pillage.
Is it really that good an idea to try and force quick and a lack on Divinity? For open world quickness, I think yes, because it already does have access to it. Alacrity, I feel like it's pushing it a bit. At what point do you just play Herald? Yeah, that's also what I was sort of butting up against. This does noticeably more damage than Herald when completely solo. So it has that going for it. And we'll get some more might as well with that. That might actually be more useful. Why doesn't this apply on Legend Swap? That would actually be amazing. And here, if you invoke a legend, that's fine. Oh wait, no, hang on, I was missing out on a fair amount. Does that do torment? Where's my Voln at? Hello? Voln's there. Oh, picture of desert spice coffee for quickness. Oh, okay. Hang on. Yours to picture of desert spiced coffee. Hello, what's the effect? Feast of Coffee. Gain 5 seconds of quickness on dismount. It's actually not bad, but I think then I'm also kind of looking to run like Cavalier. Honestly, it's actually not like the worst idea because most people are going to have mounts. This is mostly just me trying to sort of force a build. So let's change this back to, I think, Frenzy. No, Rage. There we go, just for a bit more cushion. Hang on, what did I even set as traits? I've forgotten. Okay, let's try that.
It's my turn.
And yeah, for open world, don't you also just run the Jade things? Yeah. The Jade things have always struck me as a little bit weird. I don't know, I'm just going to run the spot while I process a thought. I understand they're really, really good, but also they do have a tendency to just disappear all the time. Do they still disappear when you enter the fractal... not the fractal lobby, the Mistlock Observatory? Because that was always the thing. I'd always find them just constantly running out. And they feel like one of those just, they're not actually utilizing the aspect of the buildcraft. It's me being a bit stubborn, but it feels as though they are just slapped there for power creep. You can refresh a Mistlock now. Good, okay. What I might do is just try this next step. Like, honestly, even stamina. Herald seems fine. Yeah, that's the thing. I always forget. Whereas I want something that's entirely self-sufficient, doesn't require me remembering to go to whatever location you choose to refresh them. It feels weird to refresh them. Like, oh, if you want to make your build like really good in open world, go stand on this. Go stand next to this thing and give yourself these buffs that only last for 2 hours, which actually isn't that long of a period of time. It's just always struck me as that's really annoying, and I don't want to do it. Is it me being stubborn? Yes. 100% it is. But I'm also going to stick with it. The 3 hours thing, but yeah, the same. I always just constantly forget them, whereas I just kind of want a build that I can just pick up and immediately go and start blasting. As opposed to, oh, just take a DPS build, give it those, and you've now got an open world build. It doesn't... I understand it, and I see why it's done. It just doesn't utilize the Guild Wars 2 buildcraft system that I really enjoy. It's just entirely a personal preference. Yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of crafting a self-sufficient open world build. Yeah, it's a less interesting problem to solve. It's a bit like, oh, I want to go like, reduce the length of my lawn. I could cut the grass or I could set fire to it. Both of those things will do it. One is quicker and not really that much more interesting, I guess. Although it doesn't quite work there. One of those is way more interesting. That's not the lawnmower one. Yeah, if they're effectively permanent, they should just be passive. Yeah, I'd be totally down for, even if they were only for a very short duration, just have them permanently be there. Because having to take a break from the open world content and going to recharge at a spot and then come back to do the fun stuff, meh. Okay, I was doing something. I've now forgotten it. I have since remembered it. Let's go. Where's me greatsword at? I will set this. Like, force is fine. I'll just throw might there. Oh, actually, no. I'll pop. Yeah, we'll pop that there. But they would totally fit there. I just want to make minimal changes to your Ray build to blast off an open world. Yep, that it would. I don't like that that's the solution, but you're right, it would. I think, like, also, I was going to say, if you're playing a build that doesn't have access to End of Dragons, then yeah, it makes, like, obviously you don't have access to that, so it's good in that situation, but also in the case of Vindicator, if you're playing Vindicator, you have access to End of Dragon, so I just nullified my own argument. Meh. I can't even remember the change they made. Okay, now we're running Great Sword and Sword, and got Rage on each. Oh, thank you so much, Jess. Yes, absolutely wonderful. It's made us a wonderful chicken salad for dinner with avocado, southern fried chicken, chipotle, all manner of veggies. Thank you so much. Everyone go check out Jess's Twitch channel there, where later on this week, we're both going to be streaming The Last of Us over there, doing some couch co-op there. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Okay. What if she brings you something to eat you don't like? Not possible. Everything she makes is absolutely delicious. It's one of those things that's just definitionally not possible. Now the legend swap is going to make more sense. Not legend swap, the weapon swap. Now we're actually using two weapons. Any advice to get the Lowland Spear training quickly? You don't have Jade Heroic, so you have to PvE it. I can't remember exactly what's required, but basically you just do the first maybe 3 story steps and then the very quick mastery point, and you'll have access to it. It will probably only take you about an hour to do, I think. So that won't take long at all. It's a super easy thing to do. I'm actually missing a few button presses here.
Let the rage soothe you. I have returned to fight at your side.
The quickness uptime is now fine. And honestly, the build is like way smoother to play now that I actually have 2 weapons. I feel like that's kind of it. Now, in terms of sigils, I'd run stamina on both. I'd, yeah, just do that. Look at the Herald. Do I even need that now? If I don't, then life actually gets easier. Oh, we've been going around the map doing hearts and mastery points. You do not need to do that. Mastery points are great to do. 100% do them. But let's see. It was Lowland Coden. You just need to get access to Lowland Spear training. So you just need 2 mastery points and max out the mastery line for that, which won't take particularly long. So no, you don't need to. Don't know how we're doing this. Okay, so we landed on 22 and it felt smooth. Last try. Let's try this.
It's my turn.
Yep, burst is still really good. It's a little bit on the clunk side, but overall fine. Yeah, it's 22.3. And that was still almost 100% quickness uptime. Yeah, doing like a tier 1 rift farm, I'm not sure if you have Secrets of the Obscure, but that is like the quickest way to get experience. Oh, and it also has cauliflower marinated in paprika as well. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, just the experience requirements in Janthi, super chill. Not a problem at all. You will get them done really quickly. So let's try Relic of Rivers. Now for more boon access, because more boon access is always a good thing.
It's my turn. Finishing for a fight. Right on target.
A little bit clunky, but that's just because I don't particularly understand the rotation a lot. I mean, having access to a bit of alacrity is really nice. Honestly, the Rivers wasn't doing too much. Some other things. Like Herald was good. Boon duration. Concentration. Resistance. Honestly, throwing on Relic of the Cavalier would probably kind of fix things. But we're going to go stretch our legs, come back. Honestly, I'll probably actually end up running Relic of the Cavalier. And see what it does. Yep. Yep, it is just good. Imagine a Relic of Astral Ward on Ellie. Yep, that would be amazing. Honestly, the boon access there kind of fixes it. But awesome. We're going to go take a break and we'll be back very shortly. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years, and a question I get asked all the time is, how do I make more gold? Don't worry, friends. I've got you. Guild Wars 2 actually has an incredibly stable, well thought out economy. It just takes a little bit of knowledge to know how to take advantage of it to its fullest. Welcome back, everyone. It's a very common problem in Guild Wars 2 for new players to struggle to make gold. This is because Guild Wars 2 functions a little differently than other MMOs when it comes to gold making. Other, lesser games will simply flood your account with gold whenever you complete content, whereas Guild Wars 2 functions very, very differently. But worry not, my friends. If you've been playing Guild Wars 2 for a little while, you are probably richer than you even realize. There is a very real chance that you are sitting on a veritable fortune and not even realizing it. So today we are going to delve into one of the key stores of wealth in Guild Wars 2, your material storage. First up, we'll touch on why the material storage is important. Rather than flooding your account with liquid gold every time you complete an event, Guild Wars 2 will typically reward you with materials, items, and currencies. This adds a few more steps to convert these into raw gold, but trust me, it is a good thing that this is the case. As has happened in many other MMOs in history, simply handing out liquid gold to players often results in hyperinflation. Now, hyperinflation is a catastrophic thing that can happen in any MMO economy. When inflation takes place, your gold becomes worth less and less, and your purchasing power, or the number of things that you can buy with your gold, becomes lower. Effectively, this makes the regular player poorer than when they started. An item that starts out at 50 silver becomes worth 5 gold the next week and 50 gold the next. And before you know it, you are having to start printing trillion-dollar bills in order to make sense of it all. Eventually, gold becomes effectively worthless and the entire game's economy stops functioning. This makes the game less approachable to new players and means returning players come back to all their hard-earned gold being effectively worthless. worthless. There's even a notorious example of this with the game Gaia Online. Here, the developers introduced gold generators, items that will create gold for you automatically each day as a means to very quickly increase revenue. The value of gold decreased, with items that were previously worth thousands of gold now costing billions. Old players simply saw their entire savings vanish. Whereas in Guild Wars 2, with the rewards being structured primarily around materials and currencies, we can step around this problem. By rewarding you with materials, you then have to go and list them on the trading post if you want to convert them to gold. And whenever you do this, you are going to incur a 5% listing fee whenever you list an item, and a 10% exchange fee when your item is eventually sold. This is one of the many ways that Guild Wars 2 rips gold out of the economy and counteracts the risk of hyperinflation taking place. In fact, Guild Wars 2 has one of the most stable in-game economies that I have ever seen. I've been playing Guild Wars 2 for 11 years now, and the gold that I have on my account is worth a similar amount to what it was worth shortly after the game's launch, at least compared to so many other games out there. And now to make the most gold with the items in your material storage. Now, this will sound very obvious for experienced players, but I run into this question all the time on my streams. Put it simply, sell what you don't need and keep what you do. You need to set aside the need to hoard every material you get in case you might need it later. Guild Wars 2 isn't set up for you to easily farm the specific materials that you need. Instead, you're going to want to sell what you don't need to other players in order to get gold. You will then use that gold to buy materials that you do need. And if you're worried about selling an item with the risk that you may need it later, I'm going to reassure you, do not worry about it. When the time comes around when you actually need that item again, there's a decent chance that you have farmed up multiple of what you need. And worst case, you can simply repeat the process and sell what you don't need and buy what you need again. Avoid the urge to hoard all of your materials. It is only going to make it take longer and longer for you to reach your goals. If you want to quickly see at a glance how much gold is in your material storage, I highly recommend linking your Guild Wars 2 account with Guild Wars 2 Efficiency. Here you can view exactly what is in your material storage at any point and see just how much they're going to sell for. Guild Wars 2 Efficiency is the single greatest website I can recommend if you're looking to increase your gold making in Guild Wars 2, so 100% recommend you do this. I've somewhat recently gone and purged my material storage to fund some extra legendaries, and here I'm still sitting on almost 900 gold worth of materials that I could liquidate right now if I needed. Now, beyond simply selling your materials directly to the trading post, there are ways where you can increase the gold you make from your material storage. Your next step is to use these materials to craft things that other players need and then sell them for a profit. There are so many different items you can craft, and the best ones change depending on what the economy is doing and what items are in demand. However, here are some of the key items that I've been doing recently. And we have returned. Okay, there's one final thing that I want to make work. That is atrocity. I've always just wanted a Relic of Atrocity to be like really good. I love the prospect of it. The lifesteal, damage, and healing is increased. Then if we go Dance of Death, I feel it's going to be better on Vindicator, but you know what? Let's just see. Let's just see.
It's my turn.
No, not that ain't it. I mean, the healing's probably like exceptional.
Endurance drain. Refreshing.
But yeah, honestly, having just the bit of extra quickness access from brutality is just too good, and then notoriety might grant you more power, and unsuspecting strikes, it's more burst damage. It just feels too good. And everything else there, honestly, is pretty good. I don't think there's really much else that I'd worry about changing there. Even here, I could even change the food as well to Orion truffle stew. I think that could work pretty well. That one. Where is it? Truffle? I don't imagine. I know it's a food. I just completely forgot what it's called. Here it is. Gain might on dodge and 40% endurance regen. That would probably be quite nice, but given we're going to be running Sigil of Stamina on everything. And this... Yeah, let's go Cavalier. Let's do it. Just make it happen. And respawn. So now, mount up. Or can we do this?
Expression. Expression. Raise your weapon. Right on target.
There you go. Quickness mostly feels fine on that. Use coffee as the food. You gain 5 seconds of quickness on dismount. Yep. Cavalier. It's just the boons are so good, especially resistance. You know what? I keep going back to Herald. I keep doing it. I feel like that kind of fixes all of the boon issues.
Hi there. Use the console to begin combat testing. If you have any inquiries, come speak to me.
It's my turn. Not enough energy.
There you go, that was a 43k burst. It's actually probably our biggest one so far.
Right on target.
This is actually a lot higher.
Refreshing.
I think we're going to have to do that one again because that was... I started off at 43, which was huge. And then we did 27, then 26, and then it went down to 24, and that was just as food ran out. I think we actually have to get the endurance regen food. I think we do. I think that's just too good. And Maha, are you using some Diviner's pieces to improve boon duration? No. I'm trying to keep it so we minimize the changes to the regular DPS build, trying to limit it. Well, we've already gone so far as to do sigils, relic. It was just really good. That kind of fixes a whole bunch. But I want to keep the runes and stats the same. Because I can see swapping sigils is a very good thing to do for a lot of open world builds. Because sigil sort of fundamentally changes how the build operates. Oh, I still do the seaweed shuffle. I remember using seaweed salad for the damage modifier when you were moving. I still will do that out of sheer habit. Especially on power builds. It's very... You'll see me constantly moving. That's not because I need to move. It's because I think I still need to. Because of what seaweed salad did to the game for years. If you ever see me moving, it's because of that. Oh, what on earth is a seaweed shuffle? Oh, I'll show you in a moment. There was a food. Oh, hang on, let me see it. It was to seaweed salad. Bowl of seaweed salad. Here we go. Okay, so currently I'm double click to consume. Does it actually still do it? It's 5% damage on moving. Does that still do that, or is that an old thing? %5 damage while moving. Yeah, it's 5% extra damage while moving. And for ages, I can't remember if that used to be more. I'll take a look. Oh, it was 10% shortly after moving. Hang on, where's the changes? Yeah, I can't see the actual changes to this, but yeah, it used to be... So yeah, to perma shuffle, yeah. Yeah, while moving. I remember it being while moving, that's why you did the perma shuffle. But yeah, I think this used to be like 10%. So it was like monstrous, and that was like the DPS food you'd ran. So what you would do is you'd do this. Not sure items have version history. That's annoying, because that used to be more. There's a reason why it stopped being used. But yeah, it's the seaweed shuffle. You do this because you didn't want to move around too much, so you didn't like, move away from your target. But yeah, quite often you'll see players still like do that just out of sheer habit, and if they do that, you know they've probably played around launch. And Guild Wars 1 Anniversary Edition's £8 on the official site. Damn, that is insane. Do pick up Guild Wars 1. We can actually cheese this a bit.
I demand that you release me. Right on target.
There we go, we're on 25 might. Basically, and that's pulling like 23k. That's kind of the point where I'm happy with it completely solo. You play Dagger Thief at the time with 2-button rotation, still high APM because of the seaweed wiggle. Yep. Turns every build into a high APM build. It was so good, it was such damage. Okay, let's see what else is up, actually. Imagine doing it as a Weaver. Oh, that would be good. Where are we at for events, actually? JC. I actually do need to do that. Yes, let's do it. Okay. Haven't done a Dragon's End in who knows how long. I definitely do want to get Sigil of Stamina on both. It's actually going to lower my damage a bit. Okay, where are we off to? Madfish, welcome in, mate. How is Rev? Rev is honestly fantastic. The buff to Roiling Miss now just means that every sort of Power Revenant build, not named Renegade because Renegade doesn't take Roiling Miss, so Power Herald and Power Vindicator just get like really, really good, just baked in healing. It's actually pretty amazing. They're already very durable builds, but now even more so. Look at me actually getting the buffs. I said I don't like things, but I will use them if they are here. There we go, got 3 hours. Chart always look funny on mounts, they do. But have you been, Madfish? It is great to see you. And I love hearing the Lion's Arch music, honestly. I really like it, I always have. Alright, gonna buy Guild Wars 1? Do it! That Guild Wars 1 still holds up really, really well. It's a super fun game to play, even after all these years. So yeah, if you can get it for that price, you're getting hundreds and hundreds of hours of great content. And yeah, honestly, with multiple mobs, you will generate more quickness as well.
Ate some weird hallucinogenic fruit, or something's not right here.
There's a disruption in the flow of magic. It's close to you. Please be careful.
If anyone can sense it, Maureen can. Look out!
A power vendor is the only one you're ever able to find fun, but the existence of power untamed can be never really sick besides world versus world. Fair enough. But yeah, it's really, really good now, and it's received a few damage buffs as well.
Look, they're dropping little bundles of, well, something.
It's gold. Quick, throw it into my prismatic crystal, and it will be cleansed.
We're kind of busy right now with the void crazies trying to kill us.
Cleansing the magic will reduce the void's intensity. It will give you a fighting chance.
Let's throw that down there. So yeah, I will eventually, I think I probably will go for all the Aurine legendary weapons on this account. Because I will need legendary weapons, and the Aurine ones are very efficient to get. Plus, we do need another real big long-term goal after we crafted our 11 legendaries in one stream.
I think that's the last of them.
Apart from that big frickin' salt spray dragon.
Oh, actually,
Everyone, take it down!
it's got a 9-second turn of cooldown. Damn, we can't reduce our weapon swap with whatever sigil does that. That would be pretty fun.
It's my turn. I demand that you release me.
Big Mo, welcome in. You started playing Guild Wars 2. Are there any sales on the moment? Depends. Like, do you mean sales on the expansions or sales on the gem store? Because there's some sales on like specific items in the gem store right now. I don't think there's any necessarily for the game or for expansion. I don't think so off the top of my head, but they do happen very regularly. I have to take a look.
It's not dying. Why won't it die?
That looks valuable.
We actually killed the thing.
Running.
We should keep moving. Aside from leading us directly into that ambush, I'd say you handled yourself pretty
Game.
well.
When you actually buy it.
Who knows? You could become one of us.
Great. I'll sign myself up. Right after detaining you for the endless infractions you're wanted for.
Yeah, I don't think there's a sale on right now. It's a pretty standard price.
We were starting to become friends.
Oh, expansion sales. Thank you, Fermi.
Not gonna happen.
Okay, there was a Epic Game Store sale a little bit there.
You might have had more backup.
Yeah, and they'll tell you how often they do sales. Yeah, they do them quite frequently, so there will be one. But have you been enjoying Guild Wars 2? What class have you been playing? What race? And how have you been finding it so far?
Hey, you okay there, friend? Unscathed? You've got a knife in your back.
And I don't know if there's a way to actually gift people expansions outside of pre-sales and standalone client. I don't know, unfortunately. Does anyone know of any way?
Fight them off! Defend the temple!
Void strength. I'm enjoying it so much. You fell in love again with MMOs, to be honest. That's so good to hear. And yeah, honestly, Guild Wars 2 is an incredible game. I've been playing it for better part of, we are at 13 years now. We've got 11,000 hours, and every day I'm still excited to log in and play Guild Wars 2. There's so much you can do at any point. Guess buying it, sending the key, yeah, that would probably be the way. But I'm not sure how that would fall under account sharing or not. Like, I don't see why that would be a problem, but probably like purchasing it under their email. But yeah, I don't know. And Fallon, welcome in. It's great to see it, and there's no way they buffed the Vindy Dodge to a 4.0 coefficient. Apparently they did. So yeah, Vindy got itself a very nice DPS increase, which as a Vindy enjoyer I'm happy with. But even more so, the buff to Roiling Mist, so there's now just lifesteal on every Power Vindy and Power Herald build. It's a good time. And how you been, mate? How far can you play it for free? You will have access to the core game, as it released in 2012 with the restrictions that you may have found as a free-to-play player. But yeah, you'll get the core game, so that will be your level 1 to 80 story, or level 10 to 80 story, all of that. You'll get Living World Season 1. You realistically have hundreds of hours of content that you can play with that. But yeah, getting the expansions is like one of the best things you can do for your enjoyment in Guild Wars 2, and I 100% recommend it. Like, the expansions are just universally the best purchase you can make. Commission core game, do fractals, basic level 8 dungeons, and think Living World Season 1 might be core game. I think it is. And World vs. 1 PvP. Yeah, there's so much. And yeah, lately tonight, Val, I've just been messing around with sort of what changes we can make to the core, not the core, the just general power DPS Vindy build to make it sort of gel well for open world. So talking about things like 100% quickness uptime, while solo, foods, relics, all that jazz. Basically just trying to find the minimum changes that we can make to get things to really play nicely. Oh, you can make the first generation of legendaries. Yep, you can do that. There is so much that you can do as a free-to-play player. Like Guild Wars 2's free-to-play trial. It's really just a trial. Guild Wars 2 isn't a free-to-play game at its core, so don't view it as one. But it's incredibly generous with the amount of content that you can play. But with a single, once-off, one-time purchase of the expansions, you will have so much content. See, there are 5 expansions. Each one costs $25, $29. Yep, that's about right. And the first 2 expansions, Heart of Thorns and Path of Fire, they come bundled together. So getting those is like obscene value. They're also the 2 best expansions in Guild Wars 2 as well. Yeah, I kind of, they're now bundles that only pay for 1 massive value. Yeah, it's huge value. It really is. Yeah, you just can't buy them separate. Nor would you want to. Guild Wars 1's been acquired? Nice, that is great.
Look! The Salt Spray Dragon seems to be powered by those...
What relic am I rocking?
Maybe we can, you know...
Yep, still Relic of the Herald to extend the quickness.
Hello, friend. I know you're having a real bad day. Nope. Some dragons aren't good listeners.
Trustworthy Reddit quote from there. On the website you can buy the game with the code being used, so yes, you need to log in, but the code does not get applied automatically to your account. That sounds right. I think. I'm not that confident in my answer. You should go for Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire first? Yes. And yeah, just to probably avoid any potential issues with codes or anything, obviously, yeah. It'd be better off just like... Sounds about flicking the cash, that's probably the cleanest way to do it.
Now get the siege weaponry in there and we'll aim for the shields.
Just go and keep blasting. Yeah, I think we will focus on the Aurine Legendary Weapons. And yeah, there are seasonal sales, but yeah, even right now, you could easily just buy the Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire expansions, and you've got so much content there that will tie you over for a long time, and then once the sale comes around, you can pick up the rest. Yeah, we should probably turtle up here.
One shield down. Clear that first area and destroy the crystal.
Central Void Shield. Should get a turtle skin. I should get like any mount skin. It's just because our gold has been pushed towards other things.
That's 2 shields down. Clear the area out. The rest of you, target the last shield with the siege weapon. That's the first one. Just 2 more. One more to go.
Be curious to see how long it takes to unlock Guam nowadays.
Legs up for the siege.
So what kind of set are we rocking right now? Just rage for a bit of extra quickness, bit of top up.
Serious.
And yeah, pretty standard stuff there.
It's my turn.
Some dedication, probably blast in a few months. Okay.
Sharper stick on. Dodge this.
Still don't know what actually does that sound. Oh yeah, engaging with Malix and the leap skill is so good. For channel you an X, maybe even a month. Yeah, we just absolutely no life it.
It's dead. We should celebrate. This is far from over. Yeah, but getting our base back was a good start.
I really need to upgrade my J-bot as well. We need to get all the good modules. I'm talking Mount Energy and Gliding Booster.
Hey, how's everyone else doing out there?
Do a 6 weeks of annual leave. Well, we better get started. Just lock it in.
Beaker cap is secure.
You just bought Path of Fire and Heart of Thorns. Do you have to restart the game?
And we've cleared the observer.
I don't think so.
And we can
You should probably just receive like a mail or some notification in game or something, but it wouldn't hurt to restart it. It would take you, 30 seconds or so.
Hold up.
I don't think you should.
Around us.
Same here.
I'm almost not 100% confident in that.
They're creating a blockade between all of us and the Harvest Temple. Careful. It's corrupted Elder Dragon magic that's been combined. We don't know its power. Champion, as you cleanse the previous outbreaks, I felt the magic as it was released.
Oh cool, we've actually got a queued map. Nice.
Maybe I could absorb it from these new void outbreaks.
But if the power of the magic is unknown, what could it do to you?
A good question, but I know one thing. I'm going to use
You're not allowed to enter the portal to Lion's Arch. I'm not sure what causes that, but one thing you will have to deal with just for a little bit of time. I'm pretty sure it's level requirement. Okay. One thing you will have to deal with in some instances, the transition from a free-to-play to a fully paid account, I think you may have to wait a day or two to use things like the trading post or something like that. It says 35? Okay. Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, there may be a time where you're like, oh, I want to use the trading post, I'm fully paid, why can't I? It'll just be that little cooldown there to stop shenanigans being done on the trading post in general. That will go and you'll never have to deal with it again. Oh, is it 5 days for trading post? Ouch, okay. That's right, in the meantime, if you're just leveling, you really won't need to use the trading post that much. Yeah, just know that's a bit annoying, but you won't have to deal with that again. What class are you playing? I'm playing Revenant. That is a class that is only available with the Heart of Thorns expansion. And now that you have it, you have access to it. But yeah, it's basically the third heavy class in the game. Bit of a mix between, say, Warrior and a Thief, I think. It's my personal favourite. If you're curious, it's protection to prevent bots and gold cells from making level 1 characters go into LA and spamming people. Same reason free accounts can't use map chat. Yep, that's exactly it.
That's the element you need. Everyone, focus on the void.
There is only void, and a dwindling time before you join us.
Void containment level. And yeah, my block list on NA as well is like full of a lot of them. Plus like really salty people from my early PvP days. Where's this all getting thrown to? I think maybe here.
Sharp blade, sharp line.
I demand that
Destroy, release Crowder Droids, corrupt magic, and I will shatter the barrier protecting Suan.
Shame we don't have Arc DPS enabled at the moment. I think Delta's on holiday again. From the good old days of getting mad with gold selling bots. I know, I remember it.
Arena's ready. Rally at the observatory. Protect her as she blasts through the barrier.
Yeah, we're going to focus on End of Dragons metas just as a bit of a standing rule going forward. Okay, so what I might do, because I know there's a mastery point here. I don't need a mastery point, but I'll do it just for the achievement. If I charge up every one of these, I'll get a mastery point.
All is lost.
And they solved the gold selling problem by selling themselves. That's ironically true, they did.
off the coast of Canada.
And making gold irrelevant for in-game power. Yep. Does not matter for in-game power beyond like you getting your ascended gear anyway, which you can't buy for gold in just the sense you can just drop fat stacks of gold for. There's other things you need to do for it.
See what state they were in.
Where gold isn't the actual constraint for you.
Defend the crystals. Buy Aurene as much time as possible.
Yeah, so I'll try and hit up all of these.
Look out! More void creatures!
It's confusing that there's a Delta maker of Nexus and Delta connected to the maker of Arc DPS. Yep, it's very confusing.
Quick, return the orbs to their crystals.
Strong.
Keep filling up those crystals.
I need some more magic here. Oh, hang on, I want this. Gimme. I want risen stuff. Oh, the risen one's not living its best life. Oh, did I get knocked off? Okay, so I've done that one. And yeah, lurk mode just lurk mode just signifies that you are watching the stream, but you're not, participating. Participating in chat. So it's just like a way to show support and be like, I'm here.
I can see Aurene.
And what is up? I'm Raditz. It's great to see you. Thank you so much for the lurk. That's the Ice Brood one. I feel like there was a mastery for that. I think I've done them all. If not, it doesn't really matter.
Wear 'em down.
Let the race! I can feel your rage.
Let's eat some more noms.
Let the rage soothe you.
Build the crystals.
Cool, so we've got some more event progress, which is good.
So many. I brought some friends.
Miss me, Commander. Just
Oh, I think we're actually at the final event.
We've got a massive barrier to break through, and on the other side, Suwan.
With the void rapidly widening, we need to stop her now.
My pleasure.
Yep. Hang on. Oh, we're stuck. Oh no.
On my count. 3, 2, 1.
Where are we going, actually? I'm straight up lost.
Stop! Don't kill her!
Did it.
But Suwan's in pain. Come, we must save her from herself.
Yep, I've gotten very confuzzled. That's alright, guess we'll just figure it out. Oh, I can get this while I'm here.
Quick! To the top of the Harvest Temple. I'll be waiting for you with what's left of Suwan.
Commune, there we go. And yeah, it is such a good meta event, it really is.
Circling!
I might... Oh, hang on, I got this here. Snaffles, what's up?
Good to be fighting with you again.
Here we go.
This place.
We will never.
Ooh, that's a nice bit of dialogue. That's unique Vindicator dialogue. Hell yeah.
Suwan! Stay back, or we will...
That looks valuable.
Okay.
world is empty. The landscape.
Imagine not spending every second of your time playing Lane 7. I do need to spend some more time in Sab, but generally I don't actually... I don't mind the festival content. It's not my favourite.
And here, it doesn't need it.
The end will come fast, and death will be your delivery.
Winter's Day is my personal favourite festival, but yeah, I do enjoy spending like a little bit of time. Just got different definitions of it. No idea what our DPS is. I'm going to assume it's very good. Okay, so we actually have to dodge that. Speed this boss, then we will take a break and stretch our legs. There we go.
In the beginning, there was only emptiness, and now you must join us.
Quick, stand around the impact site. I'll protect you.
History
I'll just chill here. You don't mind sad, but when you're in the mood for Guild Wars 2, it isn't sad. But yeah, I'm sort of in the same boat. Like, I don't mind it. But yeah, usually when I'm playing... I agree. When I'm playing Guild Wars 2, even a lot of festival content isn't the kind of stuff that I'm usually looking for. That's a good thing about Guild Wars 2. There is just so much content, and if you're not enjoying a particular part, you can just go and play something else. A lot of people dead here.
I demand that you release me.
Okay. Okay, we're about to die here. We're going to be waypointing. Mayhaps. Yep.
Close your eyes and feel it wash over you.
Big stun break.
It's my turn. I make a pretty good team.
We jumped the shockwave. Got a CC. We're gonna fail CC. Yeah. But I feel like I choose a class no one uses as first class when being playing. All classes do get played to like varying degrees, just that some particular specializations may be a bit less popular. But yeah, no matter what class you play, like, there's going to be people playing it, there's going to be builds for it. What class are you playing, actually?
We must rise and return to the fight.
Thief? Oh, Thief's a good one. It's probably one of the less used ones overall, but Thief is great. Even a lot of our last few streams we spent the time playing a lot of different Thief builds, and Thief was actually my main in Guild Wars 2 for the longest time. Oh, Pistol Dead I go. Yeah, oh, Pistol Daredevil's also great. Pistol Core Thief also functions. Okay, now we need to split. Class balance is pretty good currently. I completely agree. I mentioned this before in a sort of previous, section on stream, but the overall balance in Guild Wars 2 is the best it has been in years. Like, every class has great builds that you can play. There's no build that's really going to be excluded or not actively wanted for different areas of the game. So no, the overall balance of Guild Wars 2 is insanely good. And yeah, there's been points like in the life of Guild Wars 2 where that hasn't been the case, where balance has not been in a particularly fantastic spot. But yeah, we are not in that point now. Thief has great builds, Ellie does, Warrior does, Revenant does, everything does. Ouch, that goop.
I'm sorry, Suwan.
Reinforcements
We
requested.
have to do this.
Reach deep inside, and you will feel the emptiness all
Try and avoid that goop as much as we can. Death and Shadow, this one is rough.
If we stand together.
Cool, back in business.
I've never seen such bravery.
And yeah, class balance, especially DPS wise, is great. Like, it's phenomenal. And it really just comes down to what build do you personally feel like playing. Can I block this? Nope.
I demand that you release me.
Sharp blade, sharp mark.
Another bombardment. Just like the last one. You'll have to trust me. Intercept those impact sites. Quick, stand around the impact sites.
We'll go do the thing. We'll go stand in. I will do this one.
Do not fear your state. You are not dead. Only disembodied. The senses heightened.
Soundtrack for Dragon's End is fantastic as well. Probably not taking the most efficient way up.
Your frozen homes are fragile, and Suwan knows this. If destroyed, you will die.
And even in the case of things like Thief, Thief's balance is actually very much helped by, because granted, Thief itself in its core utilities doesn't have amazing utility, and definitely not compared to Mesmer, but for things like Spear on Thief, Spear actually does something very useful. It gives Thief a lot of flexibility, which is something it hasn't typically had a lot of, especially in the sheer amount of break bar damage that it can do as well. So by how they have designed Spear, they have actually fixed some issues with Thief, even though that weapon does take a bit of practice to get used to. Yes, Spear, yep. Spear Thief, even though it's a bit of work to get that build to function, it actually feels one of the biggest issues, or fixes one of the biggest issues that Thief has, which is a lack of utility. It just loads up that weapon with utility as well as insanely good damage. Red Spear was 900, 600 is a tad short. Yeah, that would be nice. We break the bar. We did it. Nice. What are you doing there, Addy? Or you finished your dinner? We seem to be doing fine in terms of damage, so I think this should be a fairly clear Dragon's End, which is nice. Where will we go? Feels as though there's not a lot of people heading up this way.
Listen to me. Fight it. It's me, Maureen.
And get a block. The current state of arenas, current arenas design of having classes do the same thing but different ways. Summon Phantasm, give boons, give barrier, for a lack, consume energy for quickness, allows people to choose gameplay and not outcome. Yes. The fact they have zeroed in on like the roles of your healer, your boon DPS, and your DPS, and then all the classes just do those things in different ways means you can just choose the playstyle that you like and roll with that. So, like, some ways they, like, I think it really just comes down to personal preference at the end of the day as to what class you really enjoy. And yeah, that is one of the trade-offs of, it is one of the trade-offs of having all classes be sort of really, let's see if I can actually kill this. It's one of the downsides of having classes be similar in their output, is the game does become homogenized to a degree. But I think that's one of the trade-offs of having everything being at least decently viable. Cool, 5. Cool, nice.
There is only void. There is only... I can feel it.
And overall, like, I understand the reasoning behind wanting boon duration gear to sort of be required to be used on boon builds, but I think it also, like, generally having a lot of boon builds be able to use your Berserkers or Vipers gear, it opens up the accessibility of those builds, because so many people in Guild Wars 2, they won't make another gear set. They'll get their one gear set and they won't want to make another one. So having at least some extra types of roles open to them makes the overall process of finding groups so much faster, because, like it or not, the reality is we need quickness and alacrity. We need those boons, we need those boon rolls in some capacity. 4%. Missed the break bar. You can jump during Vinny Dodge, can't you, for the wave? Probably, yeah. I think as well, like, the boon duration gear does offer a bit of a almost difficulty slider for boon class as well. If you're struggling a bit with boon uptime, you can throw on some extra boon duration gear. So I think it has some real value in that regard still. And there are still builds that require it. Things like Renegade needs a ton of boon duration. Spectre needs a ton of boon duration to function. Condi Scourge, I think. Or Condi Lax Scourge needs a lot of it. Very nice.
I've got to go after him. See what is left.
Yeah, Heart of Thorns is Diviner. And Heart of Thorns gives you Vipers, and Diviner, yes, Living World Season 4.
See it. So many dead. So much sacrifice.
I never thought I would see this.
Okay, we can't open any more of those.
Be praised.
But nice. Oh, 15 Memories of Irene is not bad. Is not bad at all.
I'm with Suwon.
We'll take... Actually, these is good. I'll check.
She wants you here.
I think Diviner is Thunderhead Peaks. I think. Yeah, Rituals is EOD. Yeah. Okay, so Amalgamated is 1.2, and then Antique. Yeah, Antique is better. Oh yeah, like Ritualist is still a very good gear stack, because yeah, any condition damage build is not going to lose a lot of damage from it. But beautiful, I'm going to go take a break, stretch our legs, and we'll be back in a bit, so sit tight. The latest Guild Wars 2 expansion, Janthea Wilds, is landing next week, so today we are taking a look at every single new feature we are going to get our grubby little hands on. Janthea Wilds is launching next week, and we're going to have a ton of new features and areas of the world to explore. We'll be heading up north to the Isles of Janthea with 2 new maps on launch, the Lowland Shore and Janthea Sintry, and a brand new faction to interact with, the Lowland Coden. Once again, we are branching out in terms of the story after we finish the Elder Dragon saga with the End of Dragons expansion. And as a huge enjoyer of Living World Season 3, which had a load of tie-ins to the Isles of Janthea and the Massat, I am massively excited for. It's been a full year since the launch of Secrets of the Obscure, and ArenaNet are doubling down on their model of releasing a new expansion every single year, with a major patch coming every 3 months after that. So with a year of content under our belt, it's time to see how ArenaNet can improve on and iterate on the model that they introduced with Secrets of the Obscure, and bring us an absolute banger of an expansion. So let's dive in and see what we have to look forward to. First up, after 5 long years, raids have finally returned. Raids have always been my favorite content in Guild Wars 2, so I'm absolutely stoked for them to be making a comeback. It also looks like we are getting additional difficulty modes, with the new raid being implemented into the story, a regular 10-person mode that we're used to, and challenge modes being released at some point after the raid launches, as well as a 50-person convergence version of it as well. Short segue, this convergence will also drop essences which you can use for legendary obsidian armor that came out with Secrets of the Obscure, as well as the new legendary spear and backpack. So another source of progress towards legendary gear is a very nice reward. Outside of challenge modes on the later raid wings, the lack of difficulty modes has been, in my opinion, one of the biggest things holding them back. There is a huge jump in difficulty between the personal story and open world content in Guild Wars 2 and raids. A lot of newer and even more experienced players are hesitant to jump into raids because they don't want to make mistakes and let down their team, especially given that the raids in Guild Wars 2 have been out for so long and more experienced raiders have them basically on farm now. So anything that gives new players a taste of the raiding experience and allows them to experience the story is a great thing. I also like that they're doubling up and giving us a convergence version of the raid as well for 50 people. One of the biggest issues with raids is that they took a lot of developer time to create, and only a small group of players actually engage with them. So it becomes really hard to justify them from a business perspective. With the release of Strike Missions, we saw a lot of story encounters being repurposed into 10-person content, which overall is a much more efficient way to pump out content, and is why we've had a more consistent release of Strike Missions compared to raids in recent years. I personally much prefer raids to Strike Missions. I like the deeper story you get from from a dedicated instance with multiple bosses. It's more efficient, honestly, rolling from boss to boss instead of jumping between different instances, and I just plain enjoy the encounter design more in raids. I'm keen as anything for Raid Wing 8 to come out in November, and will absolutely be blasting through it on release. With Janthir Wilds, we are also getting a renewed focus on the Warclaw mount. Now, the Warclaw was released back in 2019, and you get it exclusively through World vs. World, and it's the only mount that you can use in that game mode. You get a whole lot of skills that are specifically useful in World vs. World, and it shook up the entire game mode. You can also use the Warclaw in PvE, but compared to every other mount you have, it's basically useless. It's more or less a worse raptor in every single way. With the X-Pack coming out, we are getting a major rework of the Warclaw when it comes to PvE, which is fantastic. It feels really jarring, honestly, to have all these amazing, varied mounts to play with, and then you have this evolutionary throwback just sitting there taking up a keybind. First up, all the World vs. World skills that Warclaw has access to are being brought to PvE and being reworked to make them more useful. Chain Pull will deal some damage and pull enemies closer to you. It will be very nice for grouping up mobs in PvE. Battle Maul will make Warclaw leap forward and do an AoE attack which stuns enemies. Basically a tweaked version of the Raptor Engage skill with a stun instead of an AoE pull. Sniff will buff nearby allies and detect nearby enemies, and with a mastery it will also detect nearby treasure, which your Warclaw can dig up. I'm super curious just how much this lets you farm in terms of gold and materials. Lance will let you throw a spear, deal damage, and knock down your enemy. So we're going to have a lot of CC tied to your Warclaw skills. We are also getting a new mastery line to juice up our Warclaw even more. 9 Lives will let you take no fall damage when you're riding your Warclaw. A few mounts work like this: the Griffin, Skyscale, Skimmer, and the Jackal if you dodge just before you fall. But overall, this is a very nice feature. Feline Reflexes will extend your jump by hitting the spacebar while in midair. This is a huge point of difference for the Warclaw now, as you basically have access to a double jump. We actually got a sneak peek of this in a recent ArenaNet livestream, and it looks like you can get some serious height. So this will give the Warclaw a very nice niche when moving around in open world. Wild Claws will attack enemies when you dodge through them, and if you hit a target, you'll get some extra endurance back at the end of your dodge. I love this because one of the most annoying things when you're on your mount is getting knocked off as you pass near enemies. So being able to dodge more regularly through enemies will make it much easier to... Beautiful, and we have returned. Let's take a look. We'll finish everything here. Grab that, and then if we just do Specs Laboratory, that's taken care of. Okay. Hi there, Addie. You have returned, sweetheart. Okay. I'm just letting my thoughts catch up to me. There we go. Central Terrier squads. Oh yeah, and I think Heal, Lack, Scourge, they have like a little bit of Magi's gear in there. But honestly, in that case, I would just run like full boon duration gear anyway. Oh, Aina doesn't want to take money. Oh, sorry, Mad Fish. Okay, let's open that. Weekly taken care of. Nice. And daily do 1 event in the Janthir region. That actually works. So we will now just go do a cheeky tier 1 rift here. I have to see as well what Rifle Mech is pulling. Might do that in a little bit once we do this one event.
It's my turn. That's how it's done.
Cool, that is the daily taken care of. Okay, so anything else we want to buy here? The weapons chest is... I'm going to be eventually pushing towards legendary. I wonder if that's even really worth it. Actually, upgrade extractors. That's unironically the play. Yeah, that is 110% the play, actually. Okay, so we need to go account. I need to see type, upgrade components, subtype sigils, give me 7 gold, and include. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can just honestly buy as many of these as I possibly can. Yep, just gonna get all of them. Oh yeah, that's actually gonna be a pretty good amount of gold. Yes, okay. So, the most valuable one to do this on immediately is actually going to be our main sort of boon support Mesmer here. That is 5 sigils there that are worth 7 gold each. Yeah, that's just going to be free real estate, so let's go take care of that. Okay. So that will live on this Mesmer. So we want paralyzation and strength. Good there, Addy. Yes, strength and energy. Oh, yes. Hang on. Okay. Where are they? Use.
I want that.
So customize. I'll put 1 there, and I'll put an energy there. And here we have transference, concentration, and here force, impact. So I will have something else. So if I go strength, right here, then I should have some paralyzation stuff sitting here. Next week, last rune, more like 2 weeks. I mean, sigil. I 100% think it will be next week. Because we'll see how much gold we need, and a lot of this can be brute force quite quickly. Efficiency. Yeah, I think next week will be our next one, because honestly, we still have a few easy weeklies that we can do.
Isn't easy.
Count. No, it's not that. Crafting. Legendary sigil. 619 gold. Down to 521 gold. We have 94 gold right now. Do I have a paralyzation something? Para? There's going to be some paralyzation things floating around.
Responsibility isn't easy.
But there's still a few other easy weeklies that can be done. Yeah, where is the paralyzation sigils? Transference, concentration, and they're sure as hell not there.
I have so much to do.
Why did I bother to put paralyzation sigils in my underwater weapons? I think I might have actually... No, I think I might have actually been insane. I think that is one of the wildest things that I've ever actually done.
I want that.
Okay. Yeah, that is just no. Bad, Josh. That's many gold. Okay, so then we can sell... I found giveaway a newbie. Let's do this, hang on. And we'll sell these. There we go, it's 21 more gold. Yeah, it wasn't that because they were celestial. I think I put them there because I was like, oh, I'll really gear up the underwater fractal. I'll, you know, gear this up to like the proper level, which, no, why would I ever gear something up to the proper level when I can skimp out on it? Okay, so we have that. Now I've got 2 more. The remaining 2 will be on that engineer who lives here. Why make property business activation just wing it, spend way more gold on demand? Exactly that. Yeah, who would have like well thought out gear and reasonable compromises when I can simply just throw gold at every problem and hope it eventually goes away? And that's a chef. I assume one of these is a cooking station. Transference is pretty big as well, actually, isn't it? Power's more. But we'll do that one. And that one. So we can actually get a bit more gold out that way. I think that's power. Yeah, transference isn't bad. And then I'll sell these at that price. Cool, that's probably... ballpark it. 28. 49. Yep, that will be something like 50-ish gold waiting there that we've just able to convert our astral claim into, so that's not too bad. Now, which one of these was power mech? Oh, I think it was actually you. Isn't that exciting? That's power scrapper. Yeah. Okay, give me power mechanist. And I'll just copy the build from there. Your power mechanist just received a very nice upgrade. Power mechanist, there we go. Copy the build template. Yep, that kind of... No, go away. There we go, that's better. Okay. Nice. And this one... Oh wait, no, not that. Not nice. Yeah, there we go. And I'll swap those around so stun break is in its logical spot. Everything else is fine. Grab some of that. It's actually the very first character I made on this account as well. And we don't have an ascended rifle, but you know what? That's fine. Where does my hair sit? Sits that way. There we go. Gee, I don't have... I need to craft some more food. I will eventually do it. And yeah, Addy is completely zonked. And also, what changed on Power Rev? On Power Vindicator and Herald, Roiling Mist now gives you 2% of your critical damage to healing. So tons of extra survivability, and Renegade just got some buffs across the board, and also Vindicator got some more damage on its dodge. Now we have 3 specializations per class, which will give us the third build template slot for 3. 2 just ain't cutting it. Oh, the equipment slots you mean? Yeah, I 100% think so. They need someone to cut gems. Yep, it's a way they monetize. But yeah, getting 3 and 3 would make the most sense. I completely agree. Okay. Yeah, we've got to honestly set all these to auto cast. There we go. Stevie, welcome in. Great to see you. Things are going very, very well. Thank you for asking. Hope you're having a great day. Okay, let's try and get the burst right. Although it's not recharged by that. Hang on. Can I get this thing to come back here? Come here. So yeah, I'm just literally blasting things as they pop up, and first number there was 35. 34.6, that's a little bit on the lower side. I'll check to make sure the build's actually right. I have a feeling something's missing. Oh, it's because I got Relic of Zakharos, okay. I think it actually takes Relic of the Claw now. Yeah, no wonder. Force and impact. There we go. Okay, we're back in business now. Come here. Mech, come here. There we go.
Attacking enemy targets.
I just woke up and getting ready for your day and night. That's great to hear, Stevie. Now just literally blast everything off cooldown. There we go, 37. Honestly, this is approaching what I could quite comfortably do on Power Vindicator, and I'm just blasting things as they light up. It's a bit lower. I'm curious to see what I can actually do on Power Vindicator now that it's been buffed.
Smash them.
We messed up a little bit on our Relic of the Claw uptime. I can sort of brute force it to work there. Pessi, would that be a raid build? 100%. This is a very valid raid build. And it works very well as an open world build as well. Look, am I cancelling some skills? Don't know, it almost feels a bit like it. Okay, so that was like 34k. Like, oh, I still only got an exotic weapon, so I'm missing a bit there. The claws probably fine. I assume the uptime was alright. Is there anything else I need to change for this build? Yes. Can't be using that. Yeah, because I actually whiffed a bit of damage. Yeah, because I used that. Because yeah, I missed out on 15% damage there. So let's check as well what Maisel is doing on that. Given they just uploaded a guide about it. So make sure you go check out Maisel on YouTube. They just crossed over 10k subs. They are an absolute legend when it comes to making build guides. Okay. It's the written guide. Okay. What do I need? Dragon Hunter's fine. Force and impact. A sword pistol. Why are those traits different? Oh, I just linked it right there, Pesty.
Armor enhanced.
That's vulnerability. Alright. And that? Let's see.
Invigorating. Take them out. Smash that.
I think the wrong one went to Amazon. Ah, that's unfortunate. $35. Initial burst is a bit lower. Let's see what it sort of stabilizes at. Oh, I didn't actually use my buff to keep up with the claw, which is unfortunate. There we go. Obviously that's coming out to about 33, not 33, on 34 there. It's a bit lower. Interesting. Look, I'm probably not cancelling some aftercasts as well. Honestly, in a power build, not having an exotic weapon, not having an ascended weapon is actually a really noticeable DPS loss as well. And am I running food? I am. And yeah, use Relic of the Thief if you didn't have Claw, and honestly, they're probably super comparable. So they end up landing about 34 there, so I might just test Power Vindy. We'll just do that quickly. Okay. We've got a bit more of gold there. Now here. Customize. This will be force. Air. Force and air. Like, I think this one is thief. I'll check. Yeah, it's a 7% DPS increase after UCC. Builds. Revenant. Power of Indy. Heroic of the Thief, Force and Air, Dragon Hunter. I don't have that, but that's fine. Everything else there is pretty standard. Oh, Hammer Spellbreaker, yeah, that will use it a ton as well. So we drop some noms. And your non-hammer variant uses a fair bit as well, actually. So yeah, really I just want to see how much more we can hit on this compared to the mech before.
Hi there. Use the console to begin combat testing. If you have any inquiries, come speak to me.
So before the buffs, I would have been struggling to approach 40k on this thing. When I was practicing for the build guide, I could just sort of inch over 40k, so I'll have to check where this is at. Okay.
It's my turn.
Yeah, you can kind of just put Thief on everything and it will sort of just work.
I have no time for weak opponents.
Anything for a fight.
Okay, so that was like 36.5 there. I feel like, yeah, we're missing something. So that's there. Obviously not getting not getting our what else have you ads on there? We're not getting our infusions. And that's fine. What we're actually missing is the alliance stance. So it's Mist Unleashed, Spear of Archimoris, Eternity's Requiem, Energy Meld to buff our dodge. then into Phantom's Onslaught, Mist Unleashed, and then dodge. So we're basically doing 3 dodges before the final one. We do Energy Meld, Spear of Archimedes, then Phantom's Onslaught into Mist Unleashed. So that's fine. So it's a 3 into a 2, and then that. So we're basically using Phantom's Onslaught at the start and at the end, the Phantom's Onslaught Mist Unleashed combo. You know what? Where's the beginner version of this build? Because I think this is actually what I did to comfortably hit 38k very quickly. So I think what I've actually done is overcomplicate things a bit. Okay, so we'll skip past step 1, that's fine. Let's jump to maybe step 4. Yeah, the dodge does take a bit to get used to, and I feel like it actually feels better in actual encounters, because there's actually a bit more to break the rotation, which oddly enough actually makes it feel a bit better. It's a hard thing to describe. Okay. Let's actually build on this. We're going to do stick to greatsword and alliance stance. Okay, so we're going to dodge Mist Unleashed. Power Renegade, I feel, is more fun. It has a much more flowing rotation, even if it doesn't have a fixed one. So here, let's go step 1, which is just dodge, Mist Unleashed, then auto attack, and let's just see what this does. Or even we can just increase the opener a bit.
It's my turn.
Okay, so even just simply doing this is 30k. And I'm adding in a few extra things here. Like using Energy Meld when it comes off cooldown. Gotta go just back to basics a little bit. And that's sort of stabilized around 25. Okay, so that's step 1. So step 2, we're going to do Chilling Isolation. And it's just do Chilling Isolation. Okay. 1. 2. 3. And 4. Okay, so that's pushed it from 30 to 32 for our opening burst. Okay, so that's now gone basically from 25 to 29 by doing that. Cool. So now let's go to the next step. So now we can fluidly transition between Alliance Stance and Assassin Stance. Time to add additional skills. So in Alliance Stance, we're going to add in, do 2, then Spear Arc of Amoris, then Turnus Requiem with Phantom's Onslaught. Let's just practice that little loop. So 2, Phantom's Onslaught, Eternity's Requiem, and then Phantom's Onslaught. So let's just practice that.
It's my turn.
2. Refresh. Refresh once it lets us. Okay. Refresh. Refresh again. Yeah, trying to time the dodge after Greatsword 3 is a little bit jank. Have to sort of spam it a bit. Let's just try and get our skills to refresh so we can just get this down in muscle memory. I think I cancelled a cast there, but there we go, that's mostly down. Why you have a 50 spike with Power Tempest or 80k with Reaper when you play Strike most of the time. Works different on Golem. It depends on how different builds can have different spikes and they may taper off really quickly. Like Power Renegade has a notoriously high DPS spike, but it tapers off really quick. And when people talk about DPS, they talk about the final number that appears on the golem when you kill a 4 million, was it a 4 million HP one? That's the final number. Like burst will be a separate thing because different builds have different levels of burst, but the sustained DPS over a long encounter, which is represented by a golem with 4 million HP, is a good estimate. Okay, so we've sort of done that. Then 2 impossible odds. Okay. So let's try this again.
Need more endurance. It's my turn.
Okay, so what are we doing on exit there? Okay, no, we actually tried to add in a few extra things. So it's basically just do 3 dodge, miss, unleash, then swap. Okay. It was a bit fiddly, that swap.
Raise your weapon. It's my turn. Need more endurance.
That transition into Shiro when you nail it feels pretty good. Oh yeah, the hardest thing in Renegade is getting below 10 energy in Kala. Very true. There we go. And thank you, Hirokazu, for the follow. I appreciate that. Cool. So that's sort of hovering comfortably around 35 now. So step 4, skill Turner's Requiem added in step 3 is most damaging skill. So basically, now we do 2 loops of the Mist Unleashed instead of the 3 we were doing before, and then we do Phantom's Ons, and then we do Archimedes Dodge into Phantom's Onslaught. So 3, 2, then Eternity's Requiem. Okay. Bit of a rapid weapon swap there. And we didn't cue some skills correctly, but it's fine. We'll practice it on the next round. Thank you, Sky Chaser, for the follow. Appreciate you.
It's my turn.
It's going to be a bit jank. Yeah, that's going to be really jank there. It's fine. Okay, so I think we just messed that up a little bit there. So Spear, Archimedes, Dodge, and then in step 5 goes Energy Meld, then Archimedes, Dodge, Phantom's Onslaught, Mist Unleashed. And then we're kind of at the full set.
We must
And what is the opener? To open as Energy Meld, Archimedes, Dodge, Phantom's Onslaught, Eternity's Requiem. Okay. So it's a bit of a different opener. But we nailed it there.
Finishing for a fight. It's my turn. Need more encouragement.
And we're getting better at that swap.
Not enough energy.
So we have to probably be a little bit quicker with that swap there. That was a little bit clunky. And we ran out of endurance.
It's my turn. drained.
Okay, so that was 37.2, so number has indeed gone up. I feel like we are missing a energy meld in the rotation. Okay. After Eternity's Requiem, yes, is actually a bit different here. Okay, so we're actually squeezing in Eternity's Requiem at the start and at the end. That's going to manage our endurance. I feel like I might also tweak the opener a bit just to my liking.
It's mine. I have returned to fight at your side.
So opener has moved to 46 there from 43.
It's my turn.
Yeah, so we want to squeeze in 2 energy melds at the start and end.
Finishing for a fight.
Okay, so number there has gone up a bit. So I'm still messing up the Legendary Alliance stance loop. It should be Mist Unleash 2, that's fine, Spear of Archimedes, then Eternity's Requiem, then Energy Meld, Phantom's Onslaught into Mist Unleashed. And then we do basically 2 more Mist Unleashed. But we're basically actually doing an auto attack chain. I've been doing 2 auto attack chains instead of the 1 between the Mists Unleashed, so that's actually the problem. I'm slowing down the rotation while spending more time in Alliance stance than we should. So if we can cut that down to 1, that will fix a lot of issues, and then number go up.
It's my turn. Finishing for a fight.
One.
I don't have enough.
That's a 49k opener there. That's a big improvement.
Finishing for a fight.
That's way better. Okay, the loop is now almost in muscle memory. Loop there was a bit different, but that's fine.
Need more endurance.
Okay, so there we've gone from 35 all the way up to 39.4.
A deadly raid squad is a happy raid squad.
So that's an improvement.
State-of-the-art guns.
And we're generally dodging before a missed unleash. Generally. Let's get one more round in, and then we will raid on out. So I want to see if we can push that past 40. Definitely with infusions we could. We're a little bit slow there.
It's my turn.
And spam that. There we go. And spam everything there. And dodge. Yeah, we're not going to push 40 here.
It's my turn.
Okay, it's 38.5 there, so we're sort of hovering around 39.5 to 38.5. So that's not too bad overall. I think with a bit more practice on that, we'll be able to comfortably push that past 40, especially once we throw infusions in there, so that's not too bad. But okay, so what we are going to do is we're going to take a look and see who we'll raid on out to today. I think today we are actually going to head on over to Nordenheim right now, who's actually streaming some Palia, and they also stream some Guild Wars 2 as well on top of that. But it is their birthday stream, so let's make sure that we show them all the love and support that everyone has shown us. And let's go tee that up right now. Oh, hang on, I better actually include a space in there. Well, that's not going to work. Beautiful. Thank you all so much, everyone, for hanging out with us. And thank you to everyone who came along for... Oh, just hit the mic. Thank you to everyone who came along for raids as well. That was great fun. And for everyone for indulging us while we did a lot of tinkering with Vindicator today. Honestly, it feels good to spend a bit of time practicing the Vindicator rotation. It's been a while since I've practiced it, and this feels really good to sort of get it back to the point close to where it was, and it will probably be even better as well once we slap some infusions in there. Being surprisingly good on EU tonight as well, but that's good. And yeah, thank you so much, Jess. And yeah, everyone keep an eye on Jess's Twitch channel, Connor Carbonaro, because this coming Friday and Saturday, once again, we're going to be streaming some Last of Us couch co-op style. So it's going to be fantastic fun. I think we're probably about maybe a third or half the way through Last of Us Part 1. Then we'll be rolling on to Last of Us Part 2, which Jess has played. I personally haven't played it yet, so I'm looking forward to that. But you will take care. Check out our various YouTube channels in the meantime, especially our live YouTube channel there. We are getting closer and closer to getting monetized on there and reaching YouTube partners. So thank you all so much for that. But I really appreciate it if everyone could subscribe over there. But for now, have fun with Nordenheim. You're going to be in safe hands. You take care, and we'll catch you all in a few days. And cheers. The latest. Do you want to play what is unquestionably one of the most overpowered builds in the game? Do you want to make your groups better simply by having them bask in your presence? Do you want to spend Christmas standing at your door watching Guild Wars 2 players profess their undying love to you, even though they know full well that your husband's in the next room, and slowly coming to the realization that they have only ever loved an imagined superficial version of you, feeling the walls closing in as you realize that with some slightly more ominous music, this becomes the start of every true crime documentary ever written, and that this man in front of you is completely and utterly unhinged? Well, you're in luck. Today, we're covering the absolutely busted Power Quickness Herald. Welcome back everyone. Power Quickness Herald has become my favourite of the many different support builds that Revenant has access to. You have an incredibly easy time keeping up 100% quickness on your team. You cover off on so many key boons like Might, Fury, Swiftness, Protection, and Regeneration, which makes your group's life so much easier. You can even tweak the build to provide on-demand stability and damage reduction over and above Protection to all your teammates. And with all this, you have access to godlike levels of CC that all Revenant builds come packaged with. It does fantastic damage, it's a fun rotation, and is super simple to play. Not only that, because this build has so many key boons covered, it's fantastic to play in open world as well. Whether it's raids, strikes, fractals, or open world metas, you're going to be making your teammates even better at the game just by having them in your presence. So for now, let's crack on. First up, with our weapons. We'll be using 2 swords as our best DPS option, and unless you need CC, this is where you're going to be spending all of your time. Sword auto attacks simply offer good damage and apply vulnerability. Sword 2 strikes enemies around you, chills enemies, and deals bonus damage if it only hits one enemy. Sword 3 will make you shadow step around nearby foes